bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you
The next stop is the East Side
military?
Motel.
To come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First,
to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You
Oh,
should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this
have you
conflict.
ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's to the front lines because you have manpower problems? You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
I have been I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure. First, to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure. First, to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
I have.
It was cracking today, man. See, bad, man.
Sovereignty, and I'm here to show our unwavering support for those independence, their sovereignty, and territorial integrity. And today, I hope we're going to have a chance to discuss how the United States and our allies, by keeping constant contact with and our partners, can most effectively support you and your cause, Mr. President.
Yeah, man. What a difference an election makes, man. What a difference an election makes, man. Everybody hit that like button, man. Shout out to Pamela Henderson, man. Everything's changed, man. Everything has changed. We in a whole new world, man. We in a whole new world, man. We gonna get it cracking tonight, though, man. We gonna get it cracking tonight, man. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let me just do it here. Oh shit. Yeah, the creepster, man. A lot of Democrats are using the word embarrassing right now, man. They embarrassed by Trump and what's your face's behavior, Trump Vance's behavior. You ain't embarrassed by this? Look at this motherfucking creep, man. He always grabbing up on little girls, man. And nobody ever said nothing. This who Snoop Dogg support, man. This who all the rappers and all the motherfucking niggas support. All the blacks. DL Hewley and shit. Roland Martin. This who they support. Look at that girl face, man. Yo, she. Yo, that little girl was uncomfortable as shit, dog. She like, yo, my nigga. Damn, yo. She look uncomfortable as a motherfucker, man. Yo, he the president. He used that shit as a tool to be creepy in plain sight, man. Cause he know people polite and people usually ain't gonna say nothing, man. They don't want to blow the president up on camera. Like, hey, man, I'm filling my daughter up, man. People respect the office, man. So he used that shit. Dirty old Joe. Look at him filling this little girl up, man. This nigga's crazy, man. Oh my God. She like, look, she moves. She like, yo, what the fuck? What you doing, old man? You grabbing my boobie? My little... That girl probably in college now. She probably out here protesting for Gaza, man. Trans rights and all this shit, man. Who knows what that girl on, man, if you interview her now. Look at him. Always filling on little girls, man. That is inappropriate. Look at this little tiger girl, man. He don't give a fuck what race you is. Tiger, white. Hear no evil, see no evil. This creepy old man, man. And the reason I'm showing this because a lot of Democrats and liberals are using the word embarrassing. It's embarrassing. This was the most embarrassing day in American history. Not quite, man. Not quite. And this is something that need to be investigated. I know Trump, they got a lot of things to investigate with the Democrat Party, but this need to be investigated. Yo, look at him, man. Hold on, am I in the way? Okay, yeah. Look at the hand. Hold on, let me get it. Let me get. I'm in the way, man. Let me move. Let me move my. I'm in the way. I'm in the way, yo. Here we go. I was in the way, man. Let me get out of the way, man. Look, that girl, little baby, like, yo, get your that creepy ass off of me, man. Yeah, man, this dude weird, man. Ew, man. That's not right to do to a daughter, man. Somebody's daughter, man. Oh, creepy ass dude, man. When is this gonna be investigated, man? When is this gonna be investigated? When is this gonna be investigated? Come on, man. This is creepy, man. This is unconscionable, man. We had to sit around and watch this shit because the Democrats were in power and weirdo shit reigns when they're in power, but they're not in power anymore, man. We should be able to do something about this, man. We should be able to investigate Biden, man, on this shit, man. What is this? What is this shit, man? This weird shit, man. What is he doing, man? What is he doing? He trying to strike a chord, man, and it's probably A minor. Yo, he's a creep. He has no boundaries, man. And he does it in plain sight, which shows he's a sociopath too. He's a sociopath because he's doing it in plain sight. So there's something. He's a psychopath too, sociopath and a psychopath. Yeah, but this is plain sight though. This is not. We're not talking about something like I get it. He pardoned and shit and all that stuff. I get all that stuff, but this is plain sight. This is not like we going to interview nobody. Let's just look at the tapes. I don't have to go interview anybody. I don't have to subpoena and all that shit. This is YouTube, man. This stuff is on YouTube. He's such a psychopath. He won't let the little girl go. Let her go, man. Let her go. Oh my God. Let her go. Her family left and he holding on to her. This motherfucker, God damn, man. This is unconscionable, man. And the fact that all these black people love this guy, man. This is why there's so much rampant abuse in the black community. Press 1. That's why 6 out of 10 black girls say they've been molested or sexually. Look at dude coming on, he like, yo, man, hey man, if you ever touch my daughter like that again, I'm gonna smack the shit out you, man. Crazy, man. 90% of black people voted for this weirdo. Black women. This is why black women, single mothers, their children always getting molested. They love this fucking guy. Black women love this fucking guy. Look at that. That's yo, man. Yo. Yo, man. You want that man wife like that, man. That's the infamous meme, man. Weirdo, man. Yeah, they the worst stewards of children. They voted for this guy. If you say something bad about this guy, a black single mother, fucking never speak to you again and shit. Then well, why you ain't talking about white women? Well, only 50% of white women voted for him, man. That's why you goddamn Boone Shika. Because only 50% of white women voted for him. 95% of y'all voted for him. There's a difference, man. Why you ain't talking about white women? Ugh. Look at his creepy smile. Oh, that's his granddaughter. Yikes. This nigga's stupid, man. His daughter said he used to take showers with him, man. Crazy, creepy, creepy, weirdo. We going in today, man. Make sure you hit the like button, man. Support the channel, man.
Oh no, he's done it again.
Now, the very important thing I told my daughter and granddaughters, no serious guys who are 30.
Okay. No what?
No.
What is that to say to somebody's daughter, man? You a creep, man. While you got your hand on her bra strap and shit. Weirdo. Creep.
Oh no, he's done it again.
Now, the very important thing I told my daughter and granddaughters, no serious guys who are 30.
Okay. No what?
No serious guys who are 30.
I'll keep that in mind. At least.
She said, "I keep
Yeah,
that
that's
in mind."
not creepy at all, is it? Getting into a young girl's personal space and telling her not to have any boyfriends until she's 30. And look at how the alarmed Secret Service dude tries to stop this being taped once he sees that Joe has reverted back to this peculiar behaviour. Because this is nothing new. Indeed, creepy Joe being handsy, inappropriate and invading people's personal space was something the US media used to note. Even the far-left CNN used to report on his weird antics.
Hit that like button, man. Smash that like button, yo. And we going in because you know I think a lot of Democrats are talking about how today was so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Trump brought such shame to the Oval Office. They've never been so ashamed to be Americans. President Trump, what he did today was unconscionable for someone holding the highest office in the land.
There are hugs where you just throw up your arms and go for it. And then there are hugs that keep going and going and going. Joe Biden wouldn't let Hillary go as they met on the tarmac at Scranton Airport. About 4 seconds into the hug, they semi-disengage. Nothing to see here, right? Wrong, because the vice president wouldn't...
Yo. This dude is terrible, man. Let Hillary go, man. Get off of Hillary, man. She got places to go and people to kill.
unhand Hillary for almost 16 seconds.
Notice how many times she tries to tap out. She lets it go. He does not. She tap out. Nope, she's just, no, he's still holding on. Okay, second tap out. For God's sake, Joe, you got to let go.
This latest awkward hug would not have been microanalyzed if it hadn't been for all the other overly handy Biden moments.
This is what the liberal media. This ain't us. This the liberal media, man. This was back before Trump came around, man. Trump changed everything. Trump made the villains the heroes, man.
Critics collect them. Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more.
See, look, this the liberal media. CNN, this CNN.
There's nothing pervy here. The VP knows he's on camera at these swearing in.
There's nothing pervy here. He's doing it in plain sight because he's a psychopath. They don't understand that. He's doing it in plain sight. His arrogance.
In ceremonies, and the parents are right there as he leans in for a kiss.
Yes, in the days before Biden was president or running to be president, even leftist outlets were happy to tell you about his bizarre behavior.
Perhaps his most famous hands-on moment came when he put his hands on the wife of Defense Secretary Ash Carter.
I've got a lot of thanks to give out.
That dude had to stand there and watch his wife get roped up so that he could keep his job, man. Joe's a psychopath, man. Joe is a psychopath, man. Wow.
Conservatives panned it.
This is the creepiest thing.
And so did some liberals.
No, that ain't right, man. That ain't right. Why are you appear to smell her hair?
At least the VP didn't get that close to Hillary.
Now, the late-night comedians used to marvel at Joe's disturbing episodes before Trump broke their brains and turned them into humorless DNC propagandists.
I can still see it! What could you possibly be saying to her?
John, I just came from a one-on-one interview with Vice President Biden. He swears he's seen the error of his ways, and for her part, this reporter believes him.
Joe Biden's cognitive and physical decline has been well documented throughout his administration. Mumbles and stumbles often make headlines and are mocked by primetime television hosts. But what is not widely spoken about is Joe Biden's creepiness. Sniffing children, inappropriate touching, and strange whispering have all come up multiple times throughout his presidency. But the mainstream media seem to sweep the concerning behaviour under the rug. Sky News All-Stars Rita Panahi, Paul Murray, and James Morrow exposed Joe Biden's creepiest moments.
I think this might be the creepiest moment, man. Right here, man. This one right here.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the...
And then he's always got his hands on little girls. Yo, what the fuck?
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And
What the fuck? He talking about roaches. He get around black people, he lose his mind. He don't know how to act around black folk. I learned about roaches. You get around black people, you start talking about roaches and shit. Yo, this dude is nuts, man.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, man. Yo, homie is bonkers, yo. That dude is insane. He is bonkers. Okay? My nigga is bonkers. My nigga is bonkers. Yo. I don't know what happened, man. Don't ask me what happened. I don't know. I don't know.
CNN's Caitlin Collins was in the Oval Office for this meeting. Caitlin, it's hard to imagine.
Look how they try to look all somber and shit like something happened. They try to look all sad like oh my God, I can't believe what just happened. Our president stood up to a fucking grifting leech that been fucking sucking us dry for the last 4 years. How could he do that?
CNN's Caitlin Collins was in the Oval Office for this meeting. Caitlin, it's hard to imagine a scenario in which this could have gone worse. This seems to be a dream come true for Vladimir Putin.
Well, it's not an overstatement for sure to say that it is one of the most astonishing moments that we have ever seen happen inside the Oval Office, between these world leaders essentially shouting at one another by the end of this, devolving into, at points, Trump and Vance berating Zelensky for saying that he was not being grateful enough for the aid that the United States has provided to Ukraine, and Zelensky arguing back that they do not understand Putin, essentially, that he will violate any agreement if the proper guarantees aren't in place. That seemed to particularly incense Trump, as he was saying, don't tell us what we're going to feel. Zelensky has been arguing that Putin will not stop with Ukraine, that he will go on to other Eastern European nations, including Poland, as he made the argument there. And Trump was essentially pushing back on that and telling Zelensky that he had no cards and that he needed to make a deal. And at one point, I think the most striking line from that could foreshadow what the rest of these talks are going to look like, what this press conference could look like if we still see these world leaders come out where they were supposed to sign that deal, is the president said to Zelensky, you either make a deal or we are out.
Yo, look at those eyebrows, man. Yo, she got more hair on her eyebrows than the average hood rat in the projects got on their head, man. Press one. Get them eyebrows to some black girls, man, so they can put them on their edges, man, so they can sew that shit into their edges. God damn, fucking, she look like the Geico caveman, man.
Out. Now, that comes after 40 minutes before this exchange happened, where the president was talking about how he wasn't ready to make security guarantees yet. He said the United States would still send some weaponry to Ukraine. Questions going back and forth about how a deal would hold, how a minerals deal would be carried out. All of that was essentially wiped away by those last 10 minutes that were so incredibly heated there in the Oval Office, and essentially ended with Vance saying that this is not something that should be litigated in front of the press, the many press who were inside that room. Trump saying that he thought it was actually good that it was playing out. And I asked Trump as we were leaving, can the two of you still negotiate given what we just watched that left everyone else in the room silent? He told me, quote,
why are you speaking for everybody? Why are you speaking for everybody, you fucking whore?
We'll see. But just to give you a sense of how much things broke down, look at this picture of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States.
So what? So what? We don't care what the Ukrainian ambassador was saying. Who gives a fuck? Fuck her. Who gives a fuck what the Ukrainian ambassador, what face she made? Fuck that bitch. She need us. She needs us. She needs our tax dollars. Fuck her.
She has been the ambassador to the U.S., I should note, since 2021, since before Russia invaded Ukraine. She had her head in her hands at one point when I looked around the room and was just looking at all of the officials here. Secretary of State Rubio, Treasury Secretary Bessent, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Commerce Secretary, they were all in the room, and the Ukrainian officials as well, watching this play out and raising real questions about what the two leaders here are going to be able to get done behind the scenes. This is the photo of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States as they were just shouting at one another.
So what? Fuck her. Fuck her. She can leave too. Get out. So fuck her. Who gives a shit? Who gives a single solitary fuck what she feels or what she's going through, what she thinks? Fuck her. Give a shit. That fucker came over here begging for money and talking shit. Hey man, I need another $50 billion, man. Talking shit. You better come groveling on your fucking hands and knees.
Another between the three of them in an incredibly remarkable moment.
Trump doesn't seem to think that the sting of Putin is going to reach the United States. He rejected the idea, emotionally rejected the idea that Zelensky was presenting that there
Look at her. She trying to look they all trying to look sad and shit. Look. Think about this. Her face is beat with makeup. She got on a pound of makeup and she still looked like that. Imagine what she looks like without a pound of makeup. Yo. Yo, man, what the fuck? Oh my God, man. Yeah, she dipped. She looked like fucking Lenny Dykstra and shit. Got that good old Kodiak.
Zelensky was presenting that there will be effects here in the United States, that it will be felt here. What did you think of that?
This started innocently enough, the same way the French and the British leaders came and pushed back gently on Trump. Zelensky had started giving a history lesson about how Putin first seized Crimea in 2014. Trump corrected him, said 2015. He's like, no, 2014. And then explained how they had signed two different peace deals with Putin, Minsk I and Minsk II, that Germany and France also signed to guarantee. And what he was trying to do was show Trump, we have tried to do diplomacy before and it hasn't worked. He was being very genteel and patient as he explained it. And it was Vance who took offense and started interjecting. And then it was Vance, as he warmed up to his subject, who then also interjected I haven't heard you say thank you once. It was almost like he was bawling out one of his young kids and he warmed to his subject. And once it became that tone, Trump took that tone on and jumped into the attacks. And I don't know how you get from that back to, look, you can't trust Putin. And here's why.
Easy. They need, we gave them $350 billion and they need more. Ma'am, we've given them $350 billion and they came back asking for more. What do you mean? How can he get over getting talked to, getting a stern tongue lashing? Easy. He can easily get over it. These women are fucking retarded, man. What's wrong with these women? He's coming asking us for money. He's $350 billion in the hole with us, and he's asking us for more money. And she's like, "Well, I don't know how you can get past." What the fuck? What?
Why? I can only imagine what it was like once they all went into a conference room and had to look at each other across the table.
Yeah. And what did you think as you were watching this, Jeff?
I mean, it's pretty shocking, but what I think really stands out to me is that this administration grossly overestimates its ability to bring about a deal. Completely agree with the point that you can't trust deals made with Russian President Putin. But I take it a step further than that and say, as long as Russian troops are advancing in the East, and they are, and he believes he's winning, you're not going to get a meaningful deal. In the sense, by meaningful, I mean like some kind of lasting peace. So I don't even think they're going to get to the point where he's violating
he has
the deal.
the upper hand. So
That's right.
why would he proceed in that regard,
That's
you mean?
right. Yes, none of his strategic objectives about changing the government in Ukraine and really controlling the strategic direction of Ukraine, none of that has changed. And as long as he thinks he can do that by what he's doing right now, he's going to keep doing that. And the rest of the negotiations with him, that's just smoke and mirrors.
And my impression is that basically Trump's national security team, people like Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, they're very traditionalist, they're anti-Russia, but like past Trump administration officials, they sold Trump on this deal through the lens of business, through the lens of making investments for U.S. companies possible, leveling the playing field with China, because China has 70% of the rare earth minerals, and this would give the U.S. a jump on some of that. But the whole idea was this was something to build on. Sign this loose agreement, then that goodwill would make Zelensky look like the good guy who made Trump look good, and we would build on that from there. And now this all just got blown up, and you could see a lot of the messages that he had absorbed, that Trump had absorbed from his conversations with Putin, just coming out. I don't know how you talk down from this.
What about, Jeff, that glimmer of hope that Nick Payton Walsh alluded to, the idea that Donald Trump as a negotiator would respect someone that would hold a hard line against him, that Zelensky going in there and standing his ground, even at one point as cameras were being escorted out, smiling and giving a thumbs up for the cameras, sort of as if to show that he's not intimidated by the situation, that his country isn't on the line. Would that work to his advantage? Do you see that as a possibility?
I don't. And I think that I understand that Trump likes to be up against somebody that he respects. But what you're seeing is a real shift in U.S. foreign policy. If you're stepping back for a moment, where he respects Putin, he respects Xi Jinping, China. And those are the people he wants to deal with. Anybody else.
Salute to my man, Steve S., man. Supporting the channel, man. Shout out to you, Steve S.
Is just not an equal, right? And so in some ways, the foreign policy that's emerging is actually very similar to Chinese and Russian foreign policy, in that in the world you have a couple centers of gravity where the real power is. We'll work things out amongst us, and like all the rest of the countries just need to fall in line. I won't mess with your area, you don't mess with my area, and we'll just straighten it out ourselves. And Zelensky doesn't rise to that level in Trump's eyes.
Meanwhile, Watch his popularity ratings back home. They're going to soar. They're at 65. They're going to be higher. And European nations who were thinking about, oh, we got to go it alone after watching that spectacle, they're going to be like, okay, it's us in Ukraine. We cannot count on this White House.
Let's talk a little bit more about that with CNN Chief International Anchor Christian Amanpour. Let's talk, Christian, about how European leaders are going to view this moment.
Who gives a fuck how European leaders are going to view this moment? We the big boys on the block. We run this shit. Who gives a fuck what the fucking president of those European Union nations are being overrun by they're being invaded by fucking Africans and Muslims and shit. They can't even control their own fucking borders, man. Why would Trump care about that? Why would Trump care what some goofball European leader thinks? And why would we Americans care what some goofball European leader thinks about anything we do? Who cares?
Well, look, I think just what your guest just said, it's going to be you can imagine everybody in Europe now has their head in their hands, particularly after the parade of European presidents and prime ministers just came back from fairly successful meetings with President Trump. They never got what they wanted in terms of a security guarantee for Ukraine, because that's what they really need if there's to be any peace. But now they're going to be wondering, is there going to be any deal to even police and to enforce? Are we just going to have to continue funding and supplying this war? What I can tell you is the British Prime Minister has announced that he is having a summit in London this weekend on Sunday. He's invited all the major European leaders, and President Zelensky was due to be coming back from Washington via London to take part in that summit. This was, designed to compare notes, all their trips to the White House, how to go forward. I don't know whether that will still happen. I don't know what they might discuss. It seems it's even more urgent for that summit to take place, given what just happened in the White House. Look, from a European and an overseas perspective, what seemed to have happened was this very strange new White House way of having these long and lengthy Oval Office sprays with the press where they do talk for a long time. It's not usual. This is, an accident waiting to happen. You saw the Zelensky handshake as he met with President Trump at the portico. He was incredibly tense. Zelensky's body language, very tense, knew everything that was riding on this meeting. And then, as everybody said, a fairly okay meeting devolved into this really horrendous catastrophe in the last 10 minutes. And as everybody has said, launched by the intervention of the vice president.
A horrendous catastrophe. Somebody come begging us for money, popping slick while they begging us the money and got checked. And she's calling that a horrendous catastrophe on our part. Shout out to Nate Ways, man, a.k.a. Ricky Henderson, getting the ball rolling, man. He says, salute, Chief. It's always a great show, but rock this shit tonight, G. Let's go. Smash that damn like button. Yeah, man, smash that like button, man. Salute
Vice President J.D. Vance this year in Munich basically, washed his hands of Ukraine. Last time he was in Munich at the security conference, basically told Europeans and Ukrainians that I don't care really much what happens to Ukraine. So there's some animosity there, as you can imagine. Untruths about Zelensky never saying thank you, and a very, twisted and tortured version of what's actually been going on during this war. But I think, as many people said, Zelensky's main aim, as he said himself, but I want to ask what
to get more money. To get more money. That was his main aim, to get more money. Shout out to Merlin, man. Salute to Merlin.
U.S. is prepared to do going forward. And perhaps I need to ask, whose side is the Trump administration on, Ukraine's or Putin's? And I think what you saw in that meeting was much more of the United States administration, the president and the vice president, taking all the Putin talking points and being frustrated with Zelensky and using those talking points. That, in terms of a transatlantic alliance and in terms of a superpower going forward, is really the major shift that everyone overseas has been incredibly concerned about. And it also seemed to be a performance for domestic politics. What President Trump and Vice President Vance were doing, it seemed, was as much a domestic political campaign appearance as anything else. I mean, at one point you heard President Trump going back on the Russia hoax and the Hunter Biden laptop and on and on and on. There is bad blood between these two leaders from the very beginning. But again, let's not forget that it was the javelins that Trump did provide that allowed Ukraine to fend off the Russians in those early days. Very important. These weapons work. But let's also not forget that it was Trump who convinced his MAGA allies in Congress this time last year to pause the latest delivery of weapons to Ukraine. And that was a 7-month lag, which cost territory, which cost lives, and which has put Ukraine in a very bad place. But to keep hearing the president of the United States tell the Ukrainian president and the people of Ukraine who fought this much mightier army off for 3 years that they have no cards to play, that they either take a deal and make a deal or the United States is out, this is music to President Putin's eyes. Music.
We're joined now by Massachusetts Congressman and a member of the Armed Services Committee, Seth Moulton.
You could just tell this fucktard. They wouldn't have this fucktard on if he wasn't going to slam Trump. Press 1. All right, go ahead. Tell us how the sky's falling, you prick.
Moulton, Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. First, your reaction to this deal being off, to this Oval Office meeting that we watched unfold as dramatically as it did, and to the press conference now being canceled and the future of Ukraine in question.
Well, look, I've just been sitting here listening to these British guys ramble on and on about this. Let's just cut to the chase. The president of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. The vice president of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet.
Isn't this that guy who is for trans men playing in women's sports? I think this is Seth Moulton. Isn't he? I think this is the guy. Hold on. Isn't he from up somewhere? Yeah, this motherfucker, he supports trans men playing against fucking women in sports, or trans women, or whatever the fuck they call them. Trannies. He supports trannies playing in women's sports. This fucking prick right here. This prick right here. That's why he's mad at Trump, because Trump signed that executive order banning trannies from playing in women's sports. And this guy, that's like his big thing. He really wants trannies to be able to play women's sports. So he already doesn't like Trump. And then he calls him a coward. A guy who supports trannies playing men's sports calls somebody a coward. Ain't that a bitch?
Well, look, I've just been sitting here listening to these British guys ramble on and on about this. Let's just cut to the chase. The president of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. The vice president of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet. And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero. And whether you voted for these puppets or not, just as an American, as a fellow American, it's just embarrassing that the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian. I mean, this is
wow. This is the tone they're taking going forward. So you better be prepared. You better be prepared. This is the tone they're going to be taking on this going forward, man. They take it. Salute to Gouch Merlot, man. Salute, here's something for your political stance tonight. For Secretary of Defense. Salute to you. Salute to you, Gouch Merlot. This is the stance they're taking. They're gonna go hard with this. They're gonna go all in with this Monday. This is all you're gonna hear because a lot of the shows don't air on Friday. A lot of the political shows don't air on Friday and Saturday and Sunday. Monday, oh Lord. Shout out to Will, man. Will says Europeans are so full of themselves. It's unbelievable. All of the GDP of the European Union, 18 billion in GDP of Florida, 1.6 trillion just Florida. Yeah, man. And we talking about, I wonder how the European leaders feel. Who gives a fuck how they feel? You're lucky we don't fucking invade them and turn them into slaves, man. We should turn Europe into a slave colony, man. Let them motherfuckers pick cotton.
Well, look, I've just been sitting here listening to these British guys ramble on and on about this. Let's just cut to the chase. The president of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. And the vice president of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet. And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero. And whether you voted for these puppets or not, just as an American, as a fellow American, it's just embarrassing that the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian. I mean, this administration is going to go down as an embarrassment to American history.
Congressman, I wonder if you think
Tell us how you really feel, man.
That President Zelensky could have handled it differently, the way that some of his European counterparts and Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer did, and perhaps been more deferential to Trump and Vance.
Deferential to what? Deferential to a president who allowed a deal in his first term to crumble because Putin just violated it? Deferential to a vice president who didn't even bother to visit Ukraine? I hardly know anyone in Congress who has any view on national security who hasn't been to Ukraine during this war. Deferential to a draft dodger who's our commander-in-chief? Zelensky doesn't deserve to be deferential to anyone.
Yeah, but listen, man. You want trans men to play against, you want trannies to play women's sports. That's it. That's all I got to say. You want trannies to play women's sports. And you sit there calling somebody a coward.
Anyone in that Oval Office. In fact, I kind of wish he'd put them in their place a little bit stronger. I mean, this is just truly, truly embarrassing. And the vast majority of my Republican colleagues in Congress completely agree with me. They know the truth here. They're just
fuck them too. Rhinos. I was thinking about this the other day. Why aren't there any dinos? Have you ever thought about that? Have you guys ever wondered why there's no dinos? There's only rhinos. There's no dinos. All the Democrats are on the same page. All of them take a hard line. All the Democrats is like, fuck everything Republican. Fuck everything Trump does. But then you got these rhinos that are playing both sides. There's no dinos. It's just rhinos.
They know the truth here. They're just too scared to say it themselves.
Congressman, I do wonder how you would react to the suggestion by J.D. Vance that there was a lot of chest thumping and harsh words for Putin in the last administration, but not enough action. Do you think that the Biden administration should have provided Ukraine with stronger weapons sooner in order to prevent where we are right now?
Look, I have been a fair critic of both Democrats and Republicans and a critic of some aspects of how Biden handled this war. And yes, I think that he should have given them more weapons faster. But the idea that Vance and Trump, who are literally sucking up to a dictator, who want Putin apparently to win this war, the idea that they would criticize.
Sir, Zelensky is not having elections, man. He canceled the election, man. So technically, man, he's a dictator, man. Technically. So you're supporting the dictators too, you fucktard.
Biden, I mean, that's, that's real rich. That's real rich.
Where do you think this goes from here, Congressman? Do you think U.S. aid to Ukraine is immediately at risk?
It's unquestionably at risk. I mean, everything we stand for as Americans, the very fundamental value of freedom, is at risk.
Wow. Damn. The fundamental value of freedom is at risk, man. Everything we stand for.
With what these two are doing. But the other risk that we shouldn't ignore, and J.D. Vance brought it up, is World War III.
Congressman, sorry to interrupt. We want to listen in.
That would happen.
President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
It was difficult.
I wonder if he has a car seat, man. I wonder if they sit his little ass in a car seat, man, and strap him in, man. Little fucking midget.
To hear there, President Zelensky, as he was exiting the White House, clearly yelled at cameras, but it was hard to make out exactly what he was saying. It appears that he is in that vehicle just outside the West Wing and is set to depart the White House in moments after this explosive afternoon in which we've seen this deal between the United States and Ukraine crumble, and then a shouting match inside the Oval Office. Congressman, if you want to finish.
No one shouted even once. There was not one shout, you asshole.
Your thoughts as we await Zelensky's departure.
Well, I just saying that, look, the risk that this actually could be a wider war involving NATO is real because Putin is getting emboldened by the President of the United States and by the Vice President of the United States. Because the way this becomes a wider war is for Putin to get the message that he wins, that he can go and invade sovereign countries with impunity and go do it to Eastern Europe.
Everybody hit the like button. Hit the like button.
European NATO allies next. And that will get American troops killed, not just innocent Europeans. American troops will die if that happens. So what Trump and Vance are doing is absolutely dangerous for our national security, not just dangerous for Ukraine.
Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton, we have to leave the conversation there. We appreciate you joining us. I want to go to the White House now with CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is watching closely as this vehicle departs. Jeff, were you able to make out what Zelensky yelled to cameras?
We were not able to make that out, Boris. We will go back and listen, but it was nothing extraordinary or long. But what we are seeing here now is President Zelensky leaving the White House about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so after he arrived, without getting a deal and without doing a press conference with President Trump. It's a motorcade going behind us as we speak, driving out of the north gates of the White House. What this is an extraordinary breakdown in diplomacy, the biggest break and change in foreign policy. Let's listen right there.
President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
I just got my ass handed to me by the President of the United States. Yes, He put me over his knee and he spanked me in public.
So as you could see there, we were re-racking that tape. I could not make out what President Zelensky was saying, but now he has left the grounds of the White House, and indeed, we shall see what comes from here. He did stay in the West Wing of the White House for some minutes after President Trump said, "Come back when it's time for peace." So we do not know if there were any further discussions. We will certainly do our reporting and let you know. But this moment, this Friday afternoon, the end of a very busy week of diplomacy here has ended in anything but that. And interestingly, right before President Zelensky came to the White House here, he met with a bipartisan group of senators, and Republican Senator Roger Wicker, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, welcomed him, and he said, "We're here to show you our support." That is not how President Zelensky leaves this White House. So certainly this is a
Welcome back. Ed O'Keefe mentioned a moment ago that President Trump is getting ready to leave the White House for a weekend in Florida. He's on the South Lawn right now preparing to board Marine One, but also talking to reporters. Depending on how long that takes and how many questions he takes and what he says, we may turn some of that sound around for you to hear the President's retrospective on this very historic day and a very tense meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky in the Oval Office. Part of that Oval Office meeting was to be, if things had gone normally, and they most certainly did not, a prelude to a signing ceremony where Zelensky and President Trump were to sign an agreement that would have granted the United States some degree of access to Ukraine's rare minerals in exchange for continued support and implied security guarantees. Instead, that deal is now completely up in the air, and Zelensky has left the White House. Here's
You $35 billion in the hole with us, man. Better give us them fucking minerals.
White House.
Press one.
Here's how
You don't
today's
have the
meeting ended.
cards, but once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful, and that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
Gracelyn Bascaron is the director of the Critical Minerals Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Fans of this program, and I know there are many of you, remember she was on the program earlier this week going over the details of this to-be-signed minerals deal. Gracelyn, it's not signed. It's in a state of, I don't know, panicked insecurity. What do you make of today's events?
I was on live TV when it happened. It caught me on surprise too, to be honest, because, we had gotten to a point where we were actually at a draft agreement. It was in writing. So in a way, today felt like it was a day for formalities and signature, but that's obviously not what we got.
And would that deal have been good for Ukraine, good for the United States, and the beginning of a redefinition of this relationship?
The deal would have been very good for Ukraine for a few reasons, right? I mean, consider that no current mineral assets were included in the deal. So only revenues from future projects would we take revenue from under the deal. What that means in the lead up to the time that those projects are developed is that energy infrastructure, transportation infrastructure would be rebuilt, a lot of which was damaged during the war. We would start to see that geological mapping so that we could eventually develop those assets. And we would see some sort of kind of security in place that comes with economic cooperation. So there are near-term benefits for Ukraine that are being bypassed by not signing.
Is this something that can be repaired from your vantage point or based on what you've heard subsequently to this blow up in the Oval Office?
I don't think it's over. I think both sides need to sit and think about it. I think certainly President Zelensky, he demonstrated an understanding, awareness, and acknowledge that without U.S. support, kind of standing in the region next to Russia would be quite difficult. So ultimately, there's going to have to be some sort of agreement to enter that next phase. And I think
we got him by the balls, man. We got that guy by the balls, man. We're tired of fucking kowtowing the people we got by the balls, man. You always got to fucking kiss somebody's ass. We're We're the big dogs, man. We police the world, man. We police the fucking world. We're the world police. We're the fucking world police. Get down or lay down.
Welcome back to Special Report. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the vice president and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's what you got. Yeah, get your shit together. See, he got a different tone now, man. He's got a different tone. He's not as arrogant and blustery, man. He know. It's kind of like after you get a spanking. I don't know if y'all got spankings when y'all was a kid. You get a spanking. And your parents make you say what you did wrong. Man, what did you do wrong, man? Why'd you get a spanking? Yeah, man. You straighten up, man.
To President Trump.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale innovation. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners. And even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest. And we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's very, for us, very necessary to President Trump. And I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war. We are in this battle, and battle for freedom, for our lives. So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, you know, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we are speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and you know Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President, and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things that where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians. And I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees. But it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted.
Hey, fucktard. We gave you $350 billion. We need those fucking minerals, man. Pronto. Snap, snap. Get those minerals, man. Chop, chop with those minerals, man. And once you do that, man, then maybe we'll think about giving you some more fucking money. Piece of shit.
To share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. You know, this is so sensitive. You know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe. And they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is I mean this this is not good for both sides anyway, and I very open, but I can't change our Ukrainian attitude to Russian, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think, Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations. And at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting? Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raise this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop have to be just to guarantee that they are with Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong. It became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand.
All right, man. Look, man. We hold all the cards, man. We the big dogs, man. And we acting like it. We not being a gentle giant. Democrats want to be a fucking gentle giant on the world stage. No. We're being the fucking bully, man. We being a bully, man. We stuffing you motherfuckers in lockers and shit and giving you wedgies. And stealing your girlfriends and shit, man.
Well, today was interesting. Zelensky went to the White House and met the fashion police.
Pretty close. How are you? Pretty sharp.
He's all dressed up today.
But everybody was getting along fine. Zelensky was there to sign the mineral deal and start peace negotiations.
Support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Come on, guys. Take the challenge, man. Take the challenge. Support the channel, man. Link in the description box if you want to come up, man.
The first 30 minutes went great. Even the reporters were teasing the Ukrainian about his clothes.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I
the
don't have
dignity of this
such-
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something like this.
something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know.
I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's
Yeah,
a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think
No,
he's dressed. I think he's
why?
dressed
I like this
beautifully.
guy. I don't.
I think he's dressed beautifully.
So
Everyone seemed friendly, about to eat lunch, just doing what they do. Then for some reason, Zelensky got an attitude.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
he killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president.
What the heck is Zelensky doing giving us a history lesson like we don't know Putin's a snake? We know Putin's violated deals before under Democrat presidencies. What good does it do Zelensky to call us naive? We're not naive. If anyone's naive, it's Zelensky. He didn't even think Russia was going to invade, even when Biden's CIA was like, guy, they're going in. And if you don't think you can do a deal with Putin, then why are you even here? Joe Biden's in Delaware. This is a new group.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
Well, first of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know.
Fucking dumb.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
What's going on, man?
What up, Bob?
What up, Bob? It's getting real.
What's up?
Hey, I felt like a proud American today, man. I can't lie.
No, it's funny as hell that they keep saying that Putin, every time they sign them Minsk Accords, that Azov battalion would go to the Donbass region and start bombing the shit out of them Russian people, man. You know what I'm saying? Think about it like this, man. El Paso, Texas is full of Mexicans, man. Think about it like the KKK shows up and starts just plucking off Mexicans. And then the Mexican government comes in and is like, yo, we're tired of y'all killing these Mexicans. That's basically exactly what the hell happened in Ukraine, man. They kept signing them fucking peace agreements, and them fucking Nazis, the Azov battalion, would go over there into the Donbass and start shelling, dropping fucking howitzer bombs on the fucking on the Russian-speaking folk in the Donbass region. That's how this whole goddamn thing started.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yep, there you go. Yo, look, you can go back, if you really, I mean, dude, I've been on this shit forever, man, because I argue with my brother about this all the time, dude. I've done a lot of research on this. In 2014, the Ukrainians had an election, and they elected a president named Poroshenko, right? And that dude wanted pure neutrality. He wanted pure neutrality, and he wanted to do trade deals with the Russians and the Americans. Then Victoria Nuland, the National Endowment of Democracy, a fucking Dick Cheney acolyte, went over there and they fucking couped that government. In the 2014, it's called the Maidan coup. And they started backing radical Nazi party that started going ape shit, and they couped that dude and they installed their guy, right? Then the first elections, then the elections came around with Zelensky. Man, this dude is you want to talk about a puppet? And they signed the Minsk Accords in 14, and then they re-signed them in 19. And you can see how he's up there saying, Putin broke him, Putin broke him, Putin broke him. You can go back. It's documented, dude. It's documented in the New York Times. It's documented in all kinds of other mainstream papers. They've whitewashed that shit. It was the fucking Nazis, the Azov battalion, that started bombing the Russian speakers in the Donbass region of Ukraine, and they were killing them. Over 20,000 people shelled and murdered before Putin came out and was like, yo, knock that shit off. And then he was like, listen, you guys cannot have Ukraine in NATO. And then right in 21, 2 weeks before the war, when they were building up all their military, the Russians were putting all their shit there. Kamala Harris flies to Munich, Germany, and says, well, nobody's going to tell us who can become a member of NATO, and we're looking forward to bringing Ukraine into NATO. And then 2 weeks later, the Russians marched in, man. The left-wing globalists provoked the shit out of this thing, dude.
My biggest problem with this Polak act is he came in here acting like we didn't give him all that money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep, that's another thing. Yep.
Like, yo, you better uncross your arms and sit up straight, shorty.
Didn't after one of the packs they sent him of money, he went out and bought $1 million car.
Bro, and you know why that tranny loving fucking congressman from the Armed Services Committee is going up there calling them cowards and pogues and all that shit? Because so much of that, Mitch McConnell already let the fucking cat out the bag. It's like, I don't understand why people are getting so mad when we give this money to Ukraine. About 90% of it comes back to weapons manufacturers. So basically, the American taxpayer was giving Ukraine a shit ton of money to turn around and buy fucking weapons from Raytheon and Northrop Grumman, and dudes that sit on the services committee, pockets were getting fat as a bitch.
Exactly. At first, we only wanted 50%. Now we want all of it.
Yeah, that is that's very interesting. I didn't know the deep history of that like that, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I didn't know about going back to 2014 and all this stuff. So when Kamala went over there and put Ukraine in NATO, Ukraine wasn't in NATO, but then she put them in NATO, and that's what started the war.
Listen, that's what this little cocksucker's so mad about now. He's ready to sign the ceasefire and give it all up as long as they can become in NATO, right? And then if they become NATO,
Article 5 of the NATO treaty is if you attack one NATO country, all of them are obligated to
Oh,
respond.
yeah. Yeah.
So the little bastard will have his little minions over there. If he gets in NATO, he'll shoot some shit into Russia. Russia responds, and they kick off World War III. This dude's a fucking devil, dude. He's a devil.
Wow.
Yeah, look, you can look it up right now. In 2021, Munich, Germany, the Munich Security Conference, Kamala Harris went over there. It was like, we're looking forward to putting Ukraine into NATO. And that was Putin's red line. He said, you cannot put Ukraine in NATO. You're not going to do it. Because think about it, man. Think about if the Chinese said, fuck it, man, we're going to put a bunch of weapons in Mexico, man. We're going to make Mexico a part of a Chinese alliance and fill it up with weapons. The United States did shit. And listen, I'm not no pro-Russian motherfucker. I ain't got no problem with the Russians. You know what I'm saying? But let's be honest, man. The fucking left pushed this shit right down our fucking throats, man. So weapons and congressmen like that cocksucker sitting up there talking about these guys are cowards. Motherfucker, how much money did you make investing in Raytheon, asshole? You know what I'm saying? This has all been a money grab, dog. It's all been a money grab.
What's Raytheon?
Technology company.
Oh.
Raytheon makes missiles, man. Raytheon. That's why when the Patriot missile systems that we sell to the Israelis that shoot the rockets down is all Raytheon. So you don't think Raytheon loves sponsoring terrorist groups to keep shooting rockets in so they can send their $1 million missiles up to fucking kill rockets? You know what I'm saying? Raytheon is the biggest missile producer in the world, man.
Wow. If you learning something tonight, man, light up that super chat, man. Light up the PayPal Cash App if you learning something tonight. I don't know if y'all learning anything tonight in the chat, man. This is
what they mean when they say how they fund both sides of the war.
Facts. Yo. And at least Trump's got the balls. Like, dude, we spent $350 billion over there, right? We pay for every time Russia blows up one of their electrical grids, we pay for it to get fixed back up for Russians to turn around and blow the motherfucker right back up, dude. You know what I'm saying? We're paying plans of their entire fucking government, dude. And you can go online, you can go to Telegram, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the only place you can look for real and see them fucking Ukrainians, watch them Ukrainians in Kiev partying and throwing down every weekend. Here's another fucking stat for you. 650,000 adult males, 25 to 30, left that fucking country as soon as the war started because they didn't want nothing to do with that motherfucker. They've been snatching up their poor and destitute and sticking them on the fucking front lines for the last 3 years and killed 1 million of them.
Ike, if Zelensky needs boots on the ground, we could send him these degenerate, wicked, retarded son, man, to him, and that's 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
All right, you always got something.
Hey,
that mind.
hey, and a lot of these sons, and a lot of those sons that sit here and hate on Trump, everything that they do, all they doing is sitting here talking about, oh, Zelensky got a right to defend himself. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all? It's like it doesn't really matter what Trump does; they go the opposite way.
I agree with that. He do have the right to, but not with our money though.
No, yeah, exactly.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, there's Glenn Beck, and I'm not a fan of Glenn Beck, but I caught one of his documents. I mean, that motherfucker has the most complete breakdown of what the hell happened,
right?
And the war, man. And I'm not a fan of Glenn Beck, but man, his breakdown of what the hell happened over there is he's got
impeccable, right?
All the documents to back it up, all the paperwork to back it up, man. I mean, the independent media and some people on the right have been so fucking honest about what the fuck's going on over there from the beginning, man. This shit is crazy, man.
Wow. That's deep, man. That's a deep breakdown of that, man. Wow. It's amazing, man. So for the Democrats to sit here and act like they don't know how to, what's going on. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they do.
Dude, but it's not. It's deeper than that. It's the uniparty shit. It's like you said,
Yeah.
why ain't there no dinosaurs, just rhinos? Like that bitch Nancy Pelosi rules with an iron fucking fist. You know what I'm saying? The top echelon of the Democrats and the top echelon of the embedded motherfuckers have schemed and skimmed so much fucking money off of this fucking war. It's bad
and
enough
killing the stock market, right?
And look, you can watch them. They all invested in Raytheon. They all invested in Lockheed.
Yep.
They all invested in Northrop Grumman. They all invest in General Dynamics. Those are the 4 biggest weapon contractors in our country. And you could go to their little stock portfolios, and all of them have fucking money in that shit. Go look at Raytheon pre-2021 stock. Go look at Raytheon after the war kicked off stock. Go look at all of those 4 companies I just listed. Go look at their stocks pre-war and post-fucking war, dude. Like, these people are fucking robbing us. It's bad enough they rob us with our tax dollars with all the shit the Deutsche put out, with the USID, all these fucking scams, where they steal all this goddamn money. Not only that, then they go kick off a fucking war to steal even fucking more money.
Hey, can I ask you something? Because you seem to be familiar about this. So I was listening to a Twitter space, and they pretty much said that there is like a rail cart, a railroad from Ukraine, and it rides all the way through to the Middle East out there in Iran. And they pretty much said that there's just U.S. weapons that are sold all the way through, which is why so many you got so many
They've been selling
politicians.
Listen, before this war kicked off, and you can go back, and I'm talking about left-wing sources, New York Times, Washington Post, in 2017, 2018.
Not to interrupt you, but here's another one. Look at the movie Lord of War.
Yeah, I mean that was in the 90s though, when the Soviet Union dissolved. But you're absolutely right though. Like, that dude was Ukrainian born, all those weapons, and he was selling. But these pimps right now, I mean, basically, just like you said, brother, that Lord of War movie, they're doing that shit right now, man. There's U.S. weapons showing up in the Congo. There's U.S. weapons showing up in the Middle East. There's U.S. weapons showing up in South America that are all designated for Ukraine.
In Mexico?
Brother, I wouldn't doubt it, Wicked. I wouldn't doubt it if the cartels got their hands on
What do you mean, Dowdy? What do you mean? It's like 90% of the weapons that they use are from here.
Yeah, I'm talking about, listen, I'm not talking about shit you can buy.
Yeah, we talk about high-tech weaponry.
Yeah, they're using military.
I'm talking about M240s, P-40 grenade launchers, Stinger missiles. I wouldn't be surprised if the cartels...
They have all that shit. They're using military-grade weaponry, bro. It's a known fact. So, yeah, no, I mean, look, but that's the nature of the beast, I think. Money is the motive, right?
Yeah. I mean, that Ukraine, they're the most corrupt country. Like 17, 18, and 19, all kinds of mainstream media, all kinds of, before Trump broke their goddamn brains, were all writing about the corruption that was coming out of that fucking country, dude.
Right. Didn't I hear that NATO said that they can't join Ukraine because they're too corrupt? I thought that happened like 2 years ago in Biden's admin, or like a year ago.
Right now, of the 26 NATO countries, half of them don't want Ukraine in there because they know what kind of bullshit they're on, dude. And think about it. If they let that motherfucker in, they let them motherfuckers into Ukraine, this little fucking asshole and the people that run that country can go blow some shit up in Russia. The whole fucking world blows up, dude. It is crazy, man. I can't stand that. That little motherfucker needs to hang from a fucking tree in Times Square, dude. Hang that
for real.
Salute I don't see why Trump. I call John Radcliffe at CIA right now and be like, that motherfucker don't leave America alive. Kill him. I mean, it's not like they ain't
For
killed
real.
world leaders before. Kill that motherfucker. Don't let him out of the country. Arrest that motherfucker. Kill him. Do something because he's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, but isn't he just an actor? Isn't he just a body?
Hold on. So shout out to Helena J. She says this is why Biden's pardons go back to 2014. Wow.
You know, all them cats was dirty in it.
Yeah, Biden, man, listen, man, that's why they impeached Trump the first time, because he asked. Look, you can go back to 16, man. You can go back to the Oleg Deripaska. Remember that name? Oleg Deripaska was a fucking Russian that was so in bed with Burisma in the Ukraine. He's the one that they sent up in there to like try and contact Don Jr. and all that. He was an Obama fucking spook, man. He was working with the Obama administration through the CIA. And then they turn around and send that Russian to try to talk to Don Jr. about some shit. And that's how they try to do this. This shit is deep, dude. These motherfuckers been in. Man, I'm telling you, man. Listen, I've been on this shit for years, man. Fuck Ukraine, dog. Fuck Ukraine, man.
Yeah. We should keep him here, and have him start working out that debt. Wash dishes or something. You feel me?
Yeah, man. Wow. Well, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive.
We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
don't
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influenced.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
Right now, you don't.
Very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
work.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're
think
gambling
about?
with
What do you
World
think
War III. And
Yeah.
what you're doing is very
Look at him
disrespectful
like a little
to the
teenager.
country, this country.
Is he playing cards or Russian roulette? Who does he think he is coming here in front of the cameras and telling our president that if we don't sign a security pact, we're next? We're not doing a security deal with Ukraine. That's why they're not getting into NATO. NATO doesn't want them in NATO. That's a trap. That's going to trigger World War III. The mineral deal is the security deal, because if Americans are in Ukraine doing business, Russia's not going to start shooting at our contractors. Ukraine's in no position to negotiate terms. We're in charge. We'll tell Zelensky what the terms are. He can either accept it, fight Russia himself, or go look for another sponsor. And good luck, because the Europeans aren't going to cut it. And I get it. I have respect for Zelensky. His country got invaded. He didn't flee. He stayed and fought. Ukraine fought. They fought hard. They fought the Russians to a stalemate in the east. An amazing job. But now it's trench warfare, and they're dug in like World War I. And the Ukrainians don't have the bodies to throw into the front lines like the Russians do. That's why Zelensky wants to end it. The Europeans want to end it. We want to end it. And Russia does too. That's why they're at the table. A proxy war that goes nowhere. Is that in America's best interests? Zelensky didn't read the room. He didn't even say thank you.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting, have
today.
you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country's
Yeah, he wasn't yelling. J.D. Vance never raises his voice, and he didn't. He tried to. That's gaslighting. That was his first mistake. Nobody was yelling. No one yelled the entire time. And if we did, fuck it, we get to yell because we got all the cards. Salute to my man James, man. He said good times, man. Salute to James, man. Shout out to Holly, man. Holly in the building. Salute to Holly, well, man, and shout out to Deluxe 247, aka Cal Ripken, aka the real MVP, coming through once again. Yeah, man, this is good knowledge, man. We getting tonight, man. I didn't know none of this stuff. I just know we the big dogs. I just know we the big dogs on the block, and I'm tired of like us acting like the gentle giant and getting pushed around by little fucking pussies and shit. When you know, we got to put our foot down. We're putting our foot down. Trump is putting America's foot down, and the Democrats, they're trying to act like they don't know all this stuff that Rudy just said, and that the big problem now is that Trump was so unpresidential, and they're going to try to keep it on that. We'll see how the Republican media fights back, because I haven't heard no Republican media talking about what Rudy talked about. I haven't seen that. That was the first time I've heard any of this stuff.
Yeah, Fox News is gonna walk that. Well, Putin's a bad guy, and Putin invaded, like that congressman saying Putin invaded a sovereign country and da 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 da. Motherfucker, we went to war with 5 different fucking nations since 2000, and this shit really even goes deeper, man. It goes back to '92 when the Soviet Union dissolved, and we signed an agreement with the Soviets. Secretary of State James Baker in 1992 signed a thing saying NATO wouldn't go one. You can go pull up a map right now of NATO in 1992 and pull up a map of NATO today. When we made an agreement in 1992 when they dissolved themselves and said we wouldn't make one move to the east. Go look at all the land that NATO has ate up since that agreement.
Yeah, man. Hey, did you have a chance? Did you happen to play what Lindsey Graham had to say?
No.
I mean, you know, he's like #1 neocon, like more of a neocon than Mitch McConnell. And you should hear what he got to say.
Wow.
But I think that sets the temperature of, like, you know what I'm saying, what Zelensky did, the bed that he made.
It says, yeah, they roasted Lindsey Graham online, man. Lindsey Graham, isn't he like a homo or something?
Man, he's something. I mean, I guarantee you this.
It says Lindsey Graham is a disgrace to South Carolina. Let's see, is this it right here?
Yeah, just listen to what you got to say, and trust me, he's the biggest war hawk, the absolute, like as big of a war hawk as that Cheney, as Liz Cheney.
President Trump was in a very good mood last night. Somebody asked me, am I embarrassed about Trump? I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. President.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's
right?
#1.
Wow.
Hey, that's #1 neocon, man.
Well,
So
what
you
about
know,
Israel? Why can't we
no,
get
come
this shit
on,
with
man. You
Israel?
know,
I guarantee.
No. Bullshit aside,
because
man.
we'll
Why
get
can't
the
we get this
JFK
shit with
treatment.
Israel?
Yeah, listen.
JFK treatment.
I mean, you're exactly right. You're exactly right, Wicked. But I believe this motherfucker right here is on one of them Epstein tapes, fucking some little 10-year-old boy up the ass. That's why. Because Epstein was Mossad, bro. He was an Israeli.
Damn.
Right.
He was the Mossad running ops and sex ops and honeypot ops on American politicians. Bibi, like Fisherman was so on fire last night. He was touching he almost flew to the sun, but he's missing that. That motherfucker's on them tapes, dude. That motherfucker's on them tapes. That's why.
So he know he got to play ball. He knows he has to play ball with Trump. He can't defy Trump now with them tapes.
Yeah, if they ran somebody else in South Carolina besides Nikki Haley, if they run Trey Gowdy or fucking Nancy Mace, and Trump's like, yeah, fuck Lindsey, put one of these people in, that motherfucker's gone. So he's only.
Is Trump not in those tapes? Trump's not on those
I mean,
tapes.
if Trump was on the tapes, man,
they wouldn't be coming out. Yeah, they wouldn't be talking about.
On those
I mean, the
tapes,
tapes aren't coming out, period, because it's a fucking Israeli op, dude, and they'll have to rip the Band-Aid off and show the world that the Israeli government was getting compromised information on the American government, and that'll ruin their whole fucking relationship. But I want 100%, if Donald Trump was on them tapes, they wouldn't be running their mouth about them tapes. They know what's on them tapes, and that motherfucker right there is on them tapes, man.
Yeah, but you know what I also heard?
My thing is this though, man, and let's be honest. If you don't think Trump is on those tapes, I got a fucking bridge to sell you.
Well, I'll buy it. Trump's not on them tapes, man. Trump's
Yeah,
not
I
I
don't
on
mean,
think
them
he
tapes.
moved like that.
they've already
Nah,
talked about the
Dog,
encounters with him and
listen,
Jeffrey
Trump,
Epstein.
Donald Trump, and you look at his family and you look at the quality of women he's fucked in his whole life, dog. All them starlets and shit like that. I don't think Donald Trump's
so
going out.
what? So
He's not.
what?
He's not
No,
fucking
I'm just saying,
girls.
wicked, wicked,
A pedophile's a
wicked.
pedophile. A pedophile
Man,
like
Joe,
kids. Not
there's
fucking
some
14.
there's some pedophiles that will go up and down the scale. How the fuck is that not a possibility, bro? Be honest, be real.
I mean, I'm being
Wicked.
honest.
Anything's possible.
So I'm saying, like this whole like
Look,
hotline of
anything's possible, but we're talking about Donald Trump, like
right,
twice,
right.
Shit, you might
in
be on them
impeached,
tapes, Wicked.
convicted. I know. How we know you got it?
No, but look,
Saying it
bullshit
just to
aside,
say it, Wicked. Like this dude's fucked
no.
the finest women his whole life.
So
Why is he gonna go
what,
fuck little girls?
No,
bro?
I
So
Pedophile
look,
what?
fucks little girls.
wicked.
Him and Epstein they said they were very close for a
They
long
they were
time.
they're look
The
there's
business,
a
yeah.
history with them. There is a
He
history
also
with them.
kicked him
I
out of
mean,
his club and backed one of the people that brought charges up against him.
Right.
Like, what do you
exactly.
mean, dog?
So
So all
okay.
that means nothing.
So let me
I'm
get
not
this
saying
straight then.
Trump's, dog.
So
I'm
let
not
me
saying Trump's a good person, but Donald Trump, you look at his whole life in public life,
yeah.
he has fucked nothing but dimes his whole life.
So
He's
let me
not out
get this straight though.
diddling shit.
Let me get this straight though. Out of all these motherfuckers, right? Trump is one that wasn't a motherfucker. Stop
Hey,
playing, bro.
look, ain't
No,
nobody's gonna say that, wicked. Ain't nobody gonna sit here
I'm
and
just
say,
saying,
ain't
like, let's be
nobody trying to
logical.
put Trump on a
Don't be
on a
a
pedestal
fanatic.
like that.
Don't be a fanatic. Is what I'm
Nobody's
saying.
being a nobody's ain't nobody trying to simp for Trump, you know.
That's what I'm
That's what
saying, though.
a lot of people with a lot of people who bring
I'm
the
just saying,
discourse.
like,
That's the
we're all in our 40s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. For the last 30, 40, 50 years, this man's lived a public life fucking the finest women in the world. He ain't a
This
kid fucker.
motherfucker.
Word.
So
Not a
what?
kid fucker.
So what? What does that matter if he's fucking all these bad bitches? What does that matter, though?
Let me just say this.
Why
Hey,
go
let me just say
backwards?
this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Everybody ain't a pedophile, man. Like this whole
Right?
notion that everybody, like, I ain't fucking sleeping with kids. Is I mean, like,
Well,
I've been a hold on time. So I've been in a part of crews or whatever, niggas and shit like that. We had dudes in our little ecosphere, whatever, that was doing crazy shit and blah blah blah. But everybody was doing it. We had dudes that was secretly closeted gay. But that don't mean all of us was doing that shit. Like, just you can't just make that leap
stop being a fan of this dude, bro.
that
Bro,
everybody's doing it.
Edward was super close to this dude that was a notorious sex trafficker, chief. That's all I'm saying.
Man, and I was close to killers and people that were bad people like that too.
Right?
And
Man,
it
y'all
don't mean that
Indetermination,
shit
can't be
does
right?
not
guilty by
mean
y'all
association.
it don't
crazy,
mean that you're
Yeah,
Joe.
that's
doing
what I
that shit.
think.
It
I
does
think
not
Wicked
mean
on
that
them
you're doing
tapes.
it. It does not mean that.
Same shit with this pussy on the screen too. Then the same exact shit with this pussy on the screen too. Then
Everybody, but no, what I'm saying is,
Well,
like,
I
everybody's
mean,
not doing that shit. Here's the thing too. Some people think that shit is disgusting.
that
It's
shit is
like in
disgusting.
prison. Hold on, wicked. In prison, you were CO. You were correction officer. Was every dude in there having gay butt sex?
Nah.
Okay.
Okay, fine, but this pussy on the screen, maybe he didn't do it too. Then.
oh,
But we
Listen,
can't pick and
I
choose
understand. I
because we
understand.
like a motherfucker and because we don't. What we're gonna say about what? I hate all of these motherfuckers. Fuck all of them.
I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Wicked. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying Trump ain't do some real foul, fucked up shit in his life. But I'm just saying, when someone's a fucking like a Kevin Spacey, and just like Harvey Weinstein was raping them
Yeah, that's a
actresses.
piece of shit, right?
It's a fucking it's a tell, dude. You can
I
the
don't know
one.
about that one, but if you say so.
You can see the one. You
yeah.
been to prison,
But with
Wicked. You can see the ones. You know how to read people. All I'm saying, I'm not saying Trump ain't a major piece of shit in this world. All I'm saying is a dude that lived that public of a life and fuck dime ass women ain't fucking 14-year-old kids, man. That's all I'm saying.
Let me move on. Let me move along.
Getting heated here, man. It's getting heated.
Everybody, man. Let me tell you something. Everybody, when people doing foul shit, everybody not into it. Some people think that shit like it's just like nigga might like when I smoking weed, like dudes are smoking boat, dudes are smoking different shit, and nah, just because they smoking that, no, I'm not smoking that shit. I think that shit disgusting.
Right,
And to say that just because people are doing stuff around you that you
Yeah.
automatically doing it,
Hey,
that's not how it works. It don't work like that.
But
that
my
boy
only thing
Wicked
is
is on his
this.
black woman shit, talking about all niggas ain't
Nah,
shit.
nah. My only thing is this, though, and I'll end it with this on my part. My only thing is this. I hate that team player rah-rah bullshit. I hate that shit. People that are like down the line, fuck out of here.
The what?
All right, let's see what black women think about it, because this is the most important thing. What black women think about it.
First of all, that meeting did not have to go as drastically as it did. Trump and JD Vance did not have to attack Zelensky the way they did. It was unfortunate to watch. Seriously.
What? Yo, burn her
Fuck
page.
up.
Man, these hosts, they follow suit with Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
So we knew that Zelensky was coming to the White House, and if he could reach a deal. So we knew that Zelensky was coming to the White House, and if he could reach a deal, they would reach a deal. They'd sign off. Everything would be fine. So to do that and to make that happen, my understanding is they must have a dialogue. Okay, not a monologue, but a dialogue. So they were going back and forth, as expected, right? Except we saw it on TV. And I appreciate that transparency. But here's the part that kills me, because here's what happens in corporate. So Zelensky was explaining his part, like what happened in his country, how it was occupied, blah, blah, blah. We all pretty much know the story if we've been following this war for the last few years.
I didn't know the story, but here's the thing. Shout out to Leroy B, man. He said the Wicked's best friend. He says Zelensky is a small hat. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't a small hat. I mean, but that wouldn't shock me. I mean, or if and it really wouldn't matter if he was a small hat. They got him. He's going to be sympathetic to the small hats, so it doesn't matter if you are or not.
Part of the machine.
Yeah, salute to Barry B. And listen, at some point, man, it's just like the U.S. We the big dog, and you got to deal with it. The Juice Crew, they a big dog in another way, and you got to deal with it. It just is what it is. But one thing, the difference between America and the Juice Crew is the Juice Crew, they carry a big stick, man. You know what I'm saying? They walk tall, they stand tall and carry a big stick. In the United States, for most of our country, we act as if we're like, it's kind of like Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Shaq, you know how he's very nice and he likes to joke around and shit. Where he really need to just be, going out there just dunking on it. No, you're bigger than everybody. Just dunk on everybody and win every game and score 50 points every game. It's like we just we don't carry a big stick, and now we carrying a big stick because Trump's in office.
Then JD Vance comes back. I guess he didn't like what Zelensky said. So all of a sudden, when he didn't like his explanation, and JD Vance didn't like when Zelensky questioned him and said, have you been to Ukraine to see our problems? He didn't like that. So then it all of a sudden turns into, I am being attacked. That is so corporate. That's what happens in corporate. When somebody in leadership or a coworker doesn't like what you say, even after you give them an explanation, they're being attacked. That's what they did to him. They tried to ambush him, thought he was going to lay down, and he did not. Okay? He has not been laying down. He's not a punk. He hasn't been a punk. And I don't know why they thought they were going to be able to bully him into laying down. That part right there just irritated and got under my skin, because that's what they do. That's what they do. They try to flip it on you. And all of a sudden, when they don't like what you're saying, they're being attacked. You're attacking the Oval Office. I guess my question is, what was Zelensky supposed to do? Just sit there and take what they were saying? He wasn't supposed to engage in a dialogue with them? That's crazy to me. So if he had agreed, then they wouldn't feel attacked. But because he didn't disagree, because he disagreed with what they were saying, now all of a sudden I'm being attacked. And a lot of you can relate to that. I'm pretty sure you had somebody in the office after you had to tell them a few things or explain something that they did not like hearing, you were attacking them. Typical corporate BS.
That sounds like what black women do all the time. Cry, play the victim. What the fuck is she talking about?
Exactly.
That's
Yo,
what black women do though. They project all
She
day.
projecting, right?
right. They're gonna be the cause of World War III, man.
Nah, I don't know about that.
You see,
Nah, they
I
ain't gonna
love
do
me a
shit
man.
but cry.
Now Trump is
Hold on, let me see what this sister's got to say, man. That's the most important thing. What sisters got to say, man. They
You
run the
see,
world.
I love me a man. Now Trump is a man's
Okay.
man. Whether you blue collar or you in the White House, it ain't nothing like a strong man to stand up to another man and protect his family and protect this house. And that's exactly what he did with Zelensky today. You don't come in our house. You don't come to my family's country and disrespect me or disrespect us. And let's not talk about J.D. Vance. They was standing on business. You don't come to a made man like Donald Trump in the dream team and talk to them like they minions. See, you got away with that with Biden. There's a lot of men of America, and men are coming back because that last administration, they wanted men to act like girls. Us real women, especially us MAGA women, we love a man's man. Where the real men at? The man is back, baby. America is back. And Trump just told him like a man tell another man to his face, don't you come up in my house and disrespect me. As a matter of fact, go home. Go home and come back when you ready to talk peace. He little boyed him as he should. And that's what a commander in chief looks like.
All right, Dan. What y'all think about that?
They must hate her at church.
That's she right on point with that.
Yeah, but they gotta hate her in the stand, right? They must
Oh
hate
yeah.
her.
Right.
Nah, but she so fuck them. She salute to her, man. Salute to her, man. She that was a breath of fresh air, man. That was refreshing, man. To hear a sister some sense, man. Fuck the stand, man. Fuck them. They're fucking she stood on it. She probably get that shit like think about how many times she probably got fucking since the if she been MAGA for a while, she probably been called every fucking name in the book, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. She probably don't even got good relationship with her family member. She probably it's people who done ghetto gaggers that family are forgiven before they
Oh
before seriously though, man.
Right.
No bullshit.
Trump shit. Yeah,
The
right.
family
Until you
forgive
become a
for ghetto
conservative.
gaggers before they forgive you for supporting Trump.
Or
Until you
even
become
like
a conservative,
like
then
a
they're
murder.
gonna call you all kinds of ghetto gaggers, bitch. Just like that ghetto gaggers bitch that's a conservative. I know you know who I'm talking about. I see
I
you on
don't know
Twitter.
which one.
Like they'll forgive somebody in the family that committed like a murder, a drape before they forgive her, right?
Oh,
Kind of
without a
deal,
doubt.
maybe?
Yo, did y'all see the Trump and Zelensky meeting? It's about to get real, bro. I told you they ain't playing no games. Y'all cannot forget how Zelensky lied and said he got none of that money, none of that billions, trillions of dollars that was sent to him the last few years, bro. You see, what they're trying to do now is create peaceful situations so these people stop playing games, stop committing fraud, and stop lying to everybody, bro. They trying to put everything on an equal playing field, literally, and they just refuse to make things equal. Like they just want to be above everybody, no matter what.
Yeah, man. So let me go back to
JD was checking the shit out of him though.
Yeah. They hit that Polak with the go get your fucking shoe shine box.
Right?
somebody got a lot of static. I mean a lot.
Damn, that's bad.
Sound
You
like somebody driving.
static like a motherfucker. It gotta be it's Rudy. It's you, Rudy. Rudy, you got a lot of static, man. Rudy.
I
Man,
think he
it will be
driving.
Rudy. It will be Rudy.
You got a lot of static, man.
Drop him down.
I can't mute him either. Are you okay? All right.
Rudy sound like he on the road.
Damn. He got the AP mic.
Yeah, man. You gotta drop off and come back up, man. Your shit is fucked.
And the party of JD Vance. We have not seen Vice President Vance really.
You got what?
And my source tonight is the Secretary of State who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see, you guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington. And there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose. And I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize.
You still talking about apologies and shit. She hung up on this fucking apology. This little, small, stupid shit. What about the bigger issues? She knows that the bigger issues, Trump and the Republicans are on the right. So she wants to get hung up on apology like Trump's being petty about some stupid shit.
For turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelensky was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees.
Yeah, but bitch, that was the wrong place to be saying that shit. You trying to get the president on the record, our president on the record saying talking slick about Putin, when you should have just been over there fucking talking little fucking making small talk and shit. and doing the real shit behind the scenes. You fucking whore. Press 1.
Because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year, and at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year of destruction, and by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance of peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today?
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a
Clearly
minerals
not.
rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. Again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's directly, basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care about life, are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russians, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative has played out and where we are today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table, and the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things, because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign. Okay, this is high stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact.
Bitch, you just trying now. She goes in and tries to make him. He just said he didn't want to fucking call him names, and she keeps kidding. You said this about him in the past. You said this about him in the past. This is the fucking Secretary of State, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, that's the fucking lie they sell to the American people right there. Well, Putin's already broke the peace accords. Every fucking time it is documented, it was the fucking Azov battalion and the Ukrainians shelling the Donbass. It was the Ukrainians that broke every fucking one of the Minsk Accords. The Russians did not break it until 2021, man. That's the fucking
What do you
lie.
say? What's the name of that group?
Right, when they had
that group you called?
Azov.
The Azov battalion, the Minsk Accord. Is that fish? Is fish in here?
No.
How you spell that?
It's not.
Every fucking time, dude. Every fucking time they signed a peace treaty with the fucking Russians, because those are all Russians in eastern Ukraine. They are not. They Crimea. Listen, you're going to hear about Crimea. I know they're going to talk about Crimea. Crimea
River.
Ukraine. After the coup, they had an independent election in Crimea that said they wanted to break off and go back to Russia. Ukrainian army came in there and tried to, the Azovs, them Nazi fuckers, went in there, and the Russians came in and took it because these people were shelling the Russian speakers who wanted to get out of the Western Ukraine.
Since Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, Ukraine's army has been trained by British forces. But alongside these regular soldiers, a new militia was formed, like-minded volunteers with a mission to protect the Donbass from Russian invaders. The unit was named the Azov Battalion after the Azov Sea off the coast of Mariupol. A few months later, it was officially legitimized.
So Azov then became a National Guard battalion, but they didn't stop at battalion because they had lots of volunteers. So they grew from one battalion into a second battalion, and starting to get their own brigade, extra bits, logistics, artillery, you name it. They were adding to it to form themselves into Azov Brigade. And during the time, they have gone to the front line as a battalion, taking over an area of the Donbass front line several times. And each time they do, they are extremely successful.
In the early days, though, the unit had a reputation for harbouring neo-Nazi sympathisers in its ranks.
Now they're just basically good volunteers, the best volunteers that they can get. And anybody who was a liability in terms of their right-wingness has been got rid of. So they are just nationalists. You can call them extreme nationalists if you want, but in times of war, that is exactly what you want.
The Azov Battalion has evolved into an elite unit with its reconnaissance and bomb disposal specialists drawn from Ukraine's special forces.
They don't take everybody. If you imagine Azov Battalion more in the lines of how in Britain we will view the parachute regiment. It's not something you're going into straight away unless you've got the right mentality, the jumping out of planes mentality.
When Russia invaded Ukraine in February, most Azov fighters deployed to defend Mariupol. As the battle has raged, Azov has become notorious for its fierce defense of Mariupol.
What they've done will go down in history alongside other great historical battles and defenses and everything else. I mean, they've gone past the point of bravery into something else almost. And I mean, this will define this. I think the defense of Mariupol will define the war, and will be what people talk about in 100 years' time.
By early April,
no one will remember this.
Retreated into the iron and steel works, a huge complex built to resist attacks and bombing.
For the second day in a row since the enemy broke into the plant, heavy bloody fights are going on. I am proud of my soldiers who are making superhuman efforts to contain the enemy's offensive. I thank the whole world for the enormous support of the Mariupol garrison. Our soldiers deserve it. The situation is extremely difficult, but in spite of everything, we continue to carry out the order to keep the defense.
Whatever happens in Mariupol, there are other Azov fighters elsewhere. This unit is sure to survive, to continue the fight for Ukraine. Charlotte Banks, Forces.
What do you think about that?
I thought it was interesting that he said, I think the whole world. Like, they're really telling you something with that one.
Yeah, the thing about it is that Azov unit that these British fucking BBC fucking MI6 cucks are trying to sell to us like these are heroes are the same motherfuckers that provoked this goddamn war and broke every fucking ceasefire that them people signed, man. That's the battalion right there. Innocent fucking people from 2014 to 2019. Both Minsk Accords, they signed, the country signed it. 2 times they signed that shit. And you could go back and listen to Angela Merkel after she got out of office talking about the Minsk Accords were both just opportunities for the Ukrainians to acquire weapons to bomb the Donbass, man. This is all bullshit, dude. They sell us nothing but bullshit, man. If you go find real reporters who don't give a fuck like Cy Hurst and yeah, he's a little bit fucking preachy, but Chris Hedges, like this shit's all documented, man. This shit's all documented. All we get is the American. Putin's bad. He broke the agreements. No, he didn't, man. The fucking Ukrainians broke the goddamn agreements. While Joe Biden's kids over there are getting $100,000 fucking a month
sitting on an energy board of Burisma fucking you. When Joe Biden's over there talking about fire the prosecutor, we're not giving you the $1 billion fucking loan. His kid's laptop got like, yo, we need a 10% kickback for the big guy. These motherfuckers, the Democrats, Obama, they've been on this shit since why, like somebody said in the chat earlier. Why you think the fucking pardons go back for 10 fucking years, man?
This 2016 Lindsey Graham meeting with the Azov Battalion.
I admire
I thought that was John McCain for a sec.
It is him. It's 2016.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Your fight is our fight.
Ваша боротьба – це наша боротьба.
2017 will be the year of offense.
Рік 2017 рік буде ріком нападу.
All of us will go back to Washington and we will push the case against Russia.
Ми всі повернемося до Вашингтону і ми будемо відстоювати санкції проти Росії.
Enough of a Russian aggression.
Досить вже російської агресії.
It is time for them to pay a heavier price.
Час вже щоб вони заплатили важчу ціну.
Our fight is not with the Russian people, but with Putin.
Ми боремося не з російським народом, але з Путіним.
Our promise to you is to take your cause to Washington.
Наша обіцянка – це те, що ми вашу боротьбу доведемо до Вашингтону.
Inform the American people of your bravery.
Проінформуємо американський народ про вашу відважність.
And make the case against Putin to the world.
І покажемо про докази проти Путіна усьому світу.
I believe you will win. I am convinced you will win, and we will do everything we can to provide you with what you need to win.
Я вірю в те, що ви виграєте, переможете. Я переконаний в тому, що ви переможете, і ми вам.
So this is 2016.
Yes. And see, there's the uniparty right there. You got fucking Warhawk, John McCain, Warhawk, Lindsey Graham, and the little white bitch that keeps showing next to her. That's Democrat Warhawk from Minnesota. Goddamn, what the fuck is her
Klobuchar.
name? Yeah, that's Amy fucking Klobuchar, man.
John McCain has a history of funding instigating groups.
I mean, it's just if you go back and watch Tulsi when Tulsi was up there and talking about Operation Timberwood, she exposed the fact that the McCain was over there funding ISIS, dude. They fund when they got out of Iraq, they left everything. ISIS went and took all of our gear and started attacking Syria. We funded all of that shit. When Trump got up there in 2016 and said Obama created ISIS, he didn't say it with any kind of class, but it was 100% fucking true.
Fact, right?
Israel created ISIS.
Israel didn't create ISIS, dog. America created ISIS, man.
Yep, that is an American entity. Yep, that's a fact.
I mean, they found an ISIS general.
And do I agree with you that Bibi Netanyahu has been fucking plucking strings of people for years? Yes, but that was an American plan. When they fucking withdrew from Iraq, Obama pulled all the fucking troops out. They left all the gear like they did in Afghanistan. And John McCain, I wish I knew computers good because I got pictures and photographs of John McCain with every fucking ISIS leader, dude.
Yeah, they're all. You can find them.
He's standing there in 2012 with all the leaders of fucking ISIS. Al-Baghdadi,
fucking dudes who cut heads off and eat hearts and shit.
And he's standing there with the fucking leadership. That it was an American fucking plot, dude. They were like, we want to invade Syria, but we can't fucking do it with our military. What we're going to do is send the CIA spooks in there. We're pulling all the troops out of Iraq, just like we did Afghanistan. Here's all of our equipment, because we'll just hit the taxpayers up to buy some fucking more. And then
two things.
Go back and look at them ISIS videos. They're rolling around with M4s. They're rolling around with Bradley fighting vehicles. They're riding around with our shit that we left in Iraq, man. We created that to invade Syria because they didn't like Assad behind a fucking pipeline that was going to go through the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, dude.
Two things about ISIS, real quick. First, they arrested an ISIS general. Turns out he was a member of the Israeli army. Second is Israel was the #1 purchaser of oil produced by ISIS.
Wow. Supported Ukraine in a confrontation with Trump. So it says countries whose leaders have publicly supported Ukraine after Trump advanced his verbal attack on Zelensky. The list is updated. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's what it is, man. Those countries got a lot of problems, though. They don't want no smoke with us. None of them countries want any smoke with us. I saw something. A lot of people don't know how big the American army is in compared to. I mean, our military infrastructure is in compared to Russia, man.
Our Navy too, specifically.
Yeah. We are. We that people. A lot of people think that we're um, like we're rivals or something. You know what I mean? Like it's not even close. Like they're not even they can't even they're not even in our league as far as
Yeah, the only thing they got comparable to us is nukes, man. They got plenty of fucking nukes.
The Viet Cong wasn't on our level either, or the Taliban.
Right, but we're not gonna fight a guerrilla war versus Russia or no shit like that, and we're not gonna have to worry about people of color and killing people of color, genocide, and all that shit.
Yeah, but
if we go to
time
Russia, they would have an advantage, right?
Anytime you talk war with somebody, they come up with Wicked just said, well, the Viet Cong wasn't and the Taliban, and we weren't fighting. Those were limited fucking wars to make money.
Yeah.
They didn't do like D-Day where they fucking put 400,000 fucking troops on the ground and marched across fucking Europe, killing every goddamn body until they got to Berlin. Now, everybody down in South Korea and said, "Fuck it, we're gonna march on Hanoi."
So you don't think that
fighting at a line and with Lyndon Johnson and you could bomb this, but you can't bomb that. That's not a fucking war.
So you think that we didn't want to eradicate the Viet Cong?
No, Wick. Then why? If we want to eradicate the Viet Cong, then why wouldn't Lyndon Johnson let the Americans bomb Hanoi? It wasn't until Richard Nixon came in there and installed Operation Linebacker when they bombed Hanoi so many fucking times. The motherfuckers came to the negotiating table in 6 fucking months. They walked away from the negotiations in Paris. He opened up Operation Linebacker too when they started bombing the living shit out of North Vietnam again. And then next thing you know, they had a fucking.
But it's one thing to bomb military targets, right? It's another one to bomb indiscriminately because they could return the favor immediately, right? And if we're okay with that, then we're okay with that.
How is Vietnam gonna bomb it? How is Vietnam gonna bomb us?
They ain't got shit.
Yeah, they only got 142 million in Russia. We got twice as many people as them. That's crazy. More than twice as many people.
Most of that land is inhabitable.
Hold on, let me see. Their GDP is 2.5 trillion. Our GDP is 26.78 trillion. Think about that, man. They don't want no smoke. Russia don't want no smoke. Stop it. Our defense budget is 831 billion. Their defense budget is 86 billion. Come on, man. They don't want no smoke. And if you learned something tonight, man, make sure you take the pledge. Support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or the Super Chat.
We also don't want world war.
Yeah, nobody wants that. That's like, I don't know, the elephant in the room, but like you
No,
ask
we don't
literally
want
anybody.
world war. I got you. We don't want world war. But to think that, like, let's just say that NATO, Russia, Ukraine gets with NATO, and them little countries in Europe don't want no smoke with us. All we gotta do is tell them, hey man, we know y'all got that NATO agreement, but hey, like, cut it out. Cut it the fuck out.
Yeah.
Like, that's all
Knock
we
it
would have
off.
to do. We don't have to honor. This is the thing. We don't have to. All those agreements, we only honor that shit because we try to be above board, appear to be above board. If
And
we
we're
just
funding it.
if we just act like fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, fuck that shit, man. It's kind of like on the streets, right? In the streets, you'll have some dudes that are snitching is supposed to be a bad thing, right? But then you'll have dudes that they badass. They'll kill you, so they'll snitch. You say you get locked up with with drugs, or you do a crime with them and you get locked up, they'll snitch on you. Because, like, fuck you. And I dare you to call me a snitch in the street. I dare you to go back around the way and tell people I snitched on you. Like, it's rules. Yes, there are rules and shit and everything, but sometimes it's, man, fuck you. I'm bad. I'm more of a badass than you. Fuck you. And that's all you just got to do. If it becomes NATO versus Russia, tell NATO, man, fuck y'all, man, stand down. Do you agree with that? Or do anybody disagree with that?
No, I agree. I think Joe Biden made Zelensky too comfortable.
Well, the question must be asked, who does want World War III? Because, nobody does, right? But there is a certain country that wants it to happen.
Yeah. Ukraine, Israel.
Yep.
And they're a sneaky bunch.
Heck yeah, man. Play both sides, triple your income. I mean, that much closer to world domination.
Uncle Sam,
Yeah,
Uncle Israel, what's the difference?
They're trying to live out that prophecy.
How many NATO countries does the U.S. have bases in?
So I would say all of them. I'd be surprised if it's not all of them.
So we got bases in all.
Yeah, we had the most military bases over the planet.
900 U.S. bases worldwide, man. 900.
How many bases
We need more.
NATO countries have in the United States?
You can't have enough bases, right?
I know it's a couple.
Who got a base? Who has a base in the United States? What NATO country has a base in the United States?
Not one.
Nobody.
Is it?
What are we talking about, man?
No, I know there's countries with bases here.
China got a lot of farmland next to our bases.
That's true. They probably do have like a fucking secret base somewhere in our country.
Well, they don't need a secret base, right? They got their people. That's a fucking insurgent. Just like we have like a zillion Mexicans. Like they countries have their bases here in the form of their ethnic people.
That's not the same thing.
I'm referencing
operations.
Yo, it is
UMBs.
the same thing, because if, let's say, we went to war with Mexico, for example, that military that has a bunch of Mexicans in it are now effectively insurgents.
So you're saying that the
Mexico
service
doesn't
members
have
of Mexican descent would fight for Mexico?
You both talk at the same time. I couldn't hear you.
You're saying that the active service members would fight for Mexico?
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
You're retarded.
do you think it's reasonable to expect
wicked money talks
a large amount of Mexican people to like shoot their literal own like ethnic group?
Yes.
Why
I
not?
don't think so.
Yo, if we fight the African country, them niggas are gonna be blowing them little fucking
Dude,
heads off, man.
The cartels are tearing that country apart. They kill each other fucking like crazy.
Yeah, but I think as the populations continue to be more lopsided, in other words, think of it this way: what percentage of the American population do you think would have to be Mexican in order for it essentially to become like impossible to expect them to, shoot on their own people, really?
I would say like 85-90% Mexican. And
Okay,
that's
so
never
then
gonna
we agree
happen.
on the concept. We just disagree on when that critical mass would be reached.
Look, dude.
But at that point, like
I
they
know.
wouldn't
I know
even
you see.
invade. Job's done.
Exactly. That's the point. That's
I
kind
know
of my
you see
point, right?
videos of like these little clowns waving Mexican flags over here, but
I
believe it
don't,
or not, a lot of these people are very proud to be American. I know, mind blown, right?
I
So,
don't
so
even know if they need Mexicans to sell out Americans. They can easily get Americans to do it.
Still, the point remains, though, like countries have influence over the United States because their ethnic people
No,
reside in the
Mexico
United
has no
States.
influence over the United States. Mexico has minimal influence.
Yeah, minimal.
Okay, then how do we explain the Juice Crew and how are they able to run America so fucking well? Then I
Well,
mean,
the
that's
Juice Crew
Because
is
they're the Juice Crew. Why would
they're
you
the Jew.
compare
They're
Mexico to the
yeah.
Juice Crew?
As we've seen throughout world history, the Juice Crew have apparently been excellent at mass comms, right?
sure. So then that means some groups are better than others
You
at
ever,
doing it, but that doesn't mean
hey,
other
you
groups
Well,
would not
well,
attempt to do it.
the way the Juice Crew has you gliders on your heels, then yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
the
So
Jews,
do you think it would be unreasonable? Let's say like a third or half of the American population was like ethnic Han Chinese. Do you think that would make a difference? Absolutely, it would.
but they're not Han Chinese, and the Jews crew they got their claws in through subversion, dude. Subversion and bribery.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it matters about
Blackmail.
race. It just matters about how weak the person is. Just that single individual.
I don't
Telling
know.
you,
I don't get why we like elevate the Juice Crew to like this like unimaginable, like wholly unique like avatar that is like no other groups can do the same shit.
Well, nobody elevates
They're
them
the
more than the
best at it.
gliders.
They're the
Nobody
best at it, no
elevates the
question.
Juice Crew more than the gliders, bro.
and they're the ones that are
Nobody.
going to be loaning out the money.
You hear me,
Doc left.
Canadian?
No, I there's like 5 people talking. I didn't hear you, Wick.
Canadian, I said nobody elevates the Juice Crew more than the gliders.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got me there. No argument there, man.
The
Okay,
Gentiles, yes.
But I see what you're
They'll
getting at.
die for the Juice Crew. They'll die
Yeah,
for them.
like
Yeah.
that's like Lindsey Graham's wet dream because the Christian prophecy
Yeah.
mandates that the Jews need to be in Israel and control it and blah blah blah.
Lindsey Graham's not an evangelical Christian. Lindsey Graham has fucked boys on tapes, and they got that shit
Yeah.
over.
Well, I think
Yeah, but as far as though the evangelical Christians go, no, they will ride to the Juice Crew to death.
yeah, that's just part of the deal.
They believe it. They believe in it.
Yeah,
You
because
know, if
until they
you're
build
not with it, you might be their enemy.
until they build that third temple, ain't nothing gonna pop, dude. Hey, Canada,
Who
what do you
cares
think
about all those prophecies?
What do you think
dude?
about Victoria, Christina or Friedland? What do you think about all that shit she was talking about the United States the other day?
No idea what she said.
Hey, Wicked, it's not about the prophecies. What it's
Fuck all those
about is
prophecies.
if they're gonna manufacture the prophecies. It's not
Yeah,
You
even
got to
about
know
that.
your enemy.
They're gonna just make it happen, and then they're gonna
because
expect people to just fall in line, and then people
they
will.
will fall
Yeah,
in
they
line.
want to
Yeah,
build
I
that third
know.
the Alaska Mosque. They want to get rid of that Alaska Mosque, build the third temple, and sacrifice the red heifer.
Bingo.
Yeah, I remember watching like a documentary in Texas where like they're like genetically trying to create the red heifer. Like they just keep breeding these fucking
I
animals.
know.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
psycho.
Crazy.
Now they can't. Now they've like bred too many. You know, it's like
They're just
so it's
trying
like
over and over again to make
yeah.
the perfect
It's
animal.
I'm telling you, they're making it.
And then they're gonna like
It's
ship it
just so
to Israel.
obvious.
It's crazy.
Seems like these people. It seems like they got that woke mind virus. juice crew. It just seems like sometimes they're just in over there.
They invented it.
Hey, do all of you guys here? Do you guys know Mossy? Are you guys familiar with Mossy
Yeah.
from
The
everybody
rapper?
here knows him? No, from here, from Ignatian
Oh
Mossy.
yeah, Maz, yeah.
Apparently he's having a kid. So congrats to
Oh no
Mossy.
shit. Oh,
Yeah.
congrats, yeah.
I was wondering where he's been. I guess he's been busy, you know? Mossy's a good dude, man. The
Whatever
world is
Salute, Mossy.
that much better, man. The world is that much better with
whatever happened
Mossy
to
having
Nick,
a kid.
by the way? I haven't seen him in a very long time.
Who?
Nigtao, is he still here?
Yeah, he was on a few nights ago.
Yeah, he was on. Yeah.
How's he doing? Where's he been at? Did he say?
For the most part, he said he was good.
That's
He
the
said,
funniest dude on this channel.
He's hanging out with gliders.
Yeah, I just like when he comes on, yo, what's crack? Well, he says,
Well-
yo, what's blacking now?
Well, where's he at though? Where did he say he was at?
Oh no, we didn't really ask.
he's still in Philly.
Same old, same old.
Yeah, same old, same old. What's
I'd
crack?
be worried about you guys in Philly, man. That's a war zone right there.
Yeah,
Shit,
I
you're
mean,
in Chicago.
it hasn't been too bad though.
Oh, really? Maybe all the
Just
degenerate
move out to
songbirds are
Lancaster,
dead.
Amish.
The Amish?
They
You
out
can
in
drive,
Lancaster.
you can drive an hour west Philly and you're in Lancaster with the Amish, man. It's peaceful out there.
Yeah, yep.
Sounds dangerous.
They
Sounds
won
boring,
Pennsylvania
actually.
for Trump too. They were instrumental in that.
Yep,
Oh,
they
the
damn
Amish?
sure were.
Wow. The Amish?
Yeah, like I believe who's that guy, that Republican Scott Pressler, I think his name is, basically campaigned and got like as many Amish people as possible to vote. So it was like
do you know why
100,000 people.
But those
Canada,
those Amish, they were
why the
really
Amish
Joe
broke
Biden
into
was really
religion this time? Because the fucking Biden administration's FDA was raiding all their fucking
Yeah, they
yeah,
damn.
yeah, they were
taking all
because
their
they're
shit from them. Because they're the Dutch Amish, right? They call us the world. They don't believe in our shit. They've never voted in the history of this fucking country. I mean, probably some of them have, but for the majority of them, they don't fuck with American politics. They want to be left alone.
Yep.
Biden, the FDA ran down so hard on their dairy and their beef and their farming practices at the fucking behest of Monsanto that they fucking well, fuck it, we're gonna go vote, man.
Well, they're
it was
hey,
his
wasn't
family. It was his
wasn't it the
family.
Amish? Wasn't it
Yeah.
the Amish that was doing all that all the repairing out there in North Carolina? You know, during the
It
hurricane?
wouldn't surprise me.
Oh yeah, they did go. Yeah, they went down there and they were building homes. Yep.
Yeah, man. See.
Yeah, but the FDA they took under this one family that would do that they did a market. They would do a market every Saturday here in West Philly at Clark Park in University City, and they ran down on their farm and just shut the whole joint down, man. And then it affected that whole area. It had so many people upset in that in that area that used to come to their farmers market.
It is quite like incredible the difference in enforcement, like the fact that they're white, German Dutch Christians. Like we would never have anything like that against Jews or Muslims in this country.
What do you guys think of boycott China's super chat? I haven't heard that before.
Boycott China super chat.
Boycott.
Yeah, Ukraine and Russia, like it's like that's what it is. They're gonna rumble. Like it's like wicked to you if like the French and the Germans are fighting each other. In your mind, it's like, okay, the white people are just fighting each other. So why do the Mexicans have to get involved? That's just how I see it.
What do you mean?
It's a good analogy.
Like if Korea and China are going at it, it doesn't matter to me because as far as I'm concerned, they're the fucking same species anyways. Like they're the same to us. So it's just like,
yeah,
well, you ready, Canada? America's about to take your shit.
I mean, we already are the 51st. I mean, you should be careful because if you take us, you're gonna have to deal with a fucking like influx.
Yeah, I
of
don't want
Italians.
Canada. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's
Yeah.
bad.
I don't think you
Hard
want us.
pass.
You're
Pass
not
on
ready for
Canada.
it. You don't want Canada. Trust me. Like we have so many Pajeets here. You will not want that.
Not even the Pajeets, man. The liberal gliders. That's the ones
Yeah.
I'm worried about.
Yeah, it would effectively be like another California, not
worse?
not as worse because we got like we've got Alberta, and we've got some more conservative provinces, but the majority of our population is liberal for sure.
Isn't Nova Scotia pretty conservative?
Yeah, kind of, but that's like by Canadian standards. So
Are they also investigating people for online posts? Are they arresting people for online
no,
posts?
They gotta be.
we're not there yet. And I don't know if we
No?
will be, but we're here's the thing, like we just have less shit talking on Twitter and stuff like that in general, so there's less of a need of like the government to enforce that type of stuff.
You guys have that stereotype.
Yeah, we're just less rambunctious in general.
It feels like that. I feel like if you were to get robbed by a Canadian at gunpoint, they'd apologize. Like they're just what I imagine. I don't know.
Yeah,
I could be
we
wrong,
have
right?
like no gun culture really at all, to be honest.
Yeah, is it
but-
like a knife thing going on over there too, or how
No,
do you guys
like we
how do
got
you guys,
no.
how do you guys hurt each other?
Because we have like Patels and like they fucking suck, but we just don't have like the genetic propensity here to have like knife crimes. Like we don't have Muslims in such large numbers like the UK. We don't have
Do
blacks
you guys
or
have like
Mexicans.
street gangs?
No,
Hey,
man.
new guy.
Really?
Hey, new guy. Y'all had this one battle rapper I used to fuck with named Pat Stay. It sucked that I heard he got stabbed to death.
Really?
Familiar with
Pat
who I'm talking
Stank?
about?
Like what?
Pat Stay. Stay like stay there.
Like a drill rapper? You're telling me?
Nah, he's not a drill rapper. He's like, when they get together and they have these battle raps where there's no beat and they just sit here and just battle rap for like
Okay.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, like 8
He was
Mile.
one of those guys.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that.
Mile.
No beat. There's no beat though. They just rap, so they must
Like
have
URL, yeah.
yeah.
But we did see a video
but this
about
dude,
a gang in Canada, dude. We saw one here. There's gangs in Canada.
his name's Pat Stay. He's like some 6'6" white dude. He was real good on the mic, bro. I heard he got
Was he from
Slim Shady?
Ontario?
I just knew he was Canadian.
Okay.
Montreal has gang warfare for sure.
Right, we saw that here, right, KB? Like Canadians that were in gangs.
Well,
But
Quebec.
how do they fight?
Quebec also has like a political party that represents essentially Quebec federally called the Bloc Québécois, and like basically their whole goal is to separate from Canada, and create like a French country, essentially a French Canadian country.
Fucking French.
So Canada's wild, and I it's not really the place like you would want to take over, I don't think, unless you just want to like take first natural resources.
Yeah,
We're better when y'all were better when the Italian mafia and the Hells Angels had a foothold up there.
Yeah, we were just better before the Pajeets, basically. That's
Hey,
basically
new
what it is.
guy. I hear that new based soon to be prime minister is Juice Crew. Is that right?
No, everyone thinks everyone's a Juice Crew.
Hey, I saw him with the I saw him with the I saw him with the Juice Crew hat and
but they all do that. Like Elon
okay.
Musk like kissed the fucking wall and Netanyahu's dick, and so did Trump. Like they all do that shit. It's just gliders being fucking clowns because just
they're showing their allegiance.
The whole like Christianity thing and glider is so ingrained in the
So they're doing
glider
the
mind.
no, that you're right about that, but I was just thinking to myself, I was like, damn, that sucks.
Yeah,
But-
we don't have. He's not. I don't know where he's from. I think he's just a standard white guy from like the prairies.
Gotcha.
Are you talking about Pierre Polivet?
Yes.
Ain't he a Frenchie?
I don't know, but he's definitely not a Juice Crew.
All right, I saw him.
He doesn't strike me as Juice Crew.
I saw him in the little hat.
Yeah,
Oh no.
dude, they love to do that shit, man. It's incredible. It just really it's been like 2,000 years of this shit.
Yeah.
Of just basically Juice Crew being the big brother type thing.
Okay, so he's just got to kind of do his thing.
Well, here's the thing.
Trump, if Trump really had a sack on him, he dropped the Epstein files, show everybody he was Mossad, and basically point the finger and be like, Bibi's been running this shit. Fucking coup d'etat, Bibi Netanyahu.
Facts.
Trump will be JFK'd by morning.
Huh?
You already got
Trump
shot
will
at,
be
man.
He'll be JFK'd by morning.
Take it all the way, Trump.
Yeah, guaranteed you would.
Well, you take out the head of the snake, man, and
That's
a hydra. That's a hydra right there, boy.
No, they now it's like now we don't get any transparency. Now we get JD Vance, and then
you cut one head, you
we
get
get
two.
full. We got full blown Juice Crew government. At least with Trump, he can tell us some beautiful lies.
Make you laugh.
Yeah. Keep us entertained.
Boy Kachina says Ukraine versus Russia is 700 years old. Genghis changed Russia, then Soviets moved Russians into Crimea. So the Soviets and the Russians aren't the same, right?
I mean,
Russia is in the Soviet Union.
I mean, they kind of are the same.
The Romanov royal family started in Kiev and then moved to Moscow, man, as they conquered. But the Rus people come out of Kiev, man. The original Rus, the Romanov family, started in Kiev, migrated over. Ivan the Terrible fucking took Moscow, and then as the Romanovs took power, they expanded Russia eastward, man. I mean, this is more before Genghis Khan. I mean, after Genghis Khan. But the actual Rus come originally from Kiev.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we got that. Shout out to Boy Kachina, man. Boy Kachina in the building. Let's see what else is going on.
I just want to sign. I got to get up for a fishing tournament in the morning. I want to say.
Oh, really? Where you going? Where you a fishing tournament at?
And at the Perquimans River, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, man. So
good luck, Rudy.
Are you an angler? You're an angler?
Oh, I love bass fishing, dude. That's my shot, man. That's my shot. But look, peace to y'all, man. I hope blessings and good shit come to all y'all in life, man. It was an enjoyable conversation, man. I'll be listening every night, man. Peace out.
Hey man,
thank you for your expertise, man. Appreciate it, man.
Salute, Rudy.
Yeah, we needed some facts.
Hey, did y'all hear them roosters? I heard roosters in the background. I think it was Rudy.
Wow. So let's see what these cartels getting extradited to the United States. You know about that?
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, Trump is an impressive dude, man.
A headline regarding illegal.
Yeah, this is crazy, man.
Illegal immigration enforcement, but also some of the cooperation between the United States and Mexico when it comes to dismantling some of the networks of very dangerous drug cartels. We learned today from the Department of Justice that the United States secured the custody of 29 defendants from Mexico who are facing charges in districts around the country relating to racketeering, drug trafficking, murder, the illegal use of firearms, money laundering, and other crimes. Fox News correspondent Eric Shawn has more on this from New York City.
A pair of infamous Mexican drug lords appearing in U.S. federal court on Friday. Cartel leaders Rafael Caro Quintero and Vicente Carrillo Fuentes arraigned in New York City following a surprise extradition from Mexico. 29 cartel members in all brought to 8 different U.S. cities to face charges. Both men pleaded not guilty.
Dangerous cartel kingpins responsible for decades of flooding drugs and violence throughout multiple countries. They will face the consequences of their action.
Quintero is the founder of the notorious Guadalajara cartel and had been on the FBI's most wanted list with a $20 million bounty on his head. He was previously convicted in 1985 of orchestrating the torture and killing of undercover DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena.
You can never kill a DEA agent, and you will never get away with it.
Camarena's widow, Mika, says she has been waiting for this day for 40 years.
I hope that he never leaves that jail because he's had so many more years than Kiki ever did.
The transfer comes as Mexico looks to work more closely with the U.S. to crack down on drug trafficking and enforce border security, ahead of a looming March 4th deadline for the Trump administration to put new 25% tariffs on all Mexican imports. Others extradited today include individuals from 5 of the 6 organized crime groups labeled foreign terrorist organizations by the White House earlier this month. The cartel members face life in prison or the death penalty. In New York, Eric Shawn, Fox News.
Eric, thanks so much. So like Eric said there in his report, really the highly sought after criminal defendant here was this, Rafael Caro Quintero. He is alleged to have been among those responsible for the 1985 murder of DEA agent Kiki Camarena. Of course, you know that that specific murder, that cooperation and relationship inspired the very popular Netflix series Narcos here. Well, let's listen to some of these prosecutors in New York with this news today.
Drugs and violence throughout multiple countries, including the United States, including here in the Eastern District of New York. They will face the consequences of their action. When Rafael Caro Quintero stepped off a plane yesterday afternoon at Kennedy Airport in the custody of law enforcement, it was a historic moment. It demonstrated the tenacity of countless members of the criminal justice system who work hard and risk their lives to protect our communities from drug traffickers, regardless of where they are. But most importantly, it demonstrated you can never kill a DEA agent, and you will never get away with it. We will never allow that to happen, and we will never forget. 40 years after the brutal kidnapping, torture, and murder of DEA Special Agent Enrique Kike Camarena, his killer is finally facing justice in the United States. According to court filings, Caro Quintero, known as the Narco of Narcos, was one of the founding members of the Guadalajara cartel, a large-scale Mexican drug trafficking organization. It was the predecessor of the Sinaloa cartel. Caro Quintero and his partners pioneered drug trafficking routes through Colombia, Mexico, and into the United States, and built one of the largest drug organizations in the world. They trafficked heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana. Having built this lucrative business, Caro Quintero used extreme violence to protect the cartel's operations, beating and killing anyone who got in his way. In 1985, Caro Quintero ordered the kidnapping, torture, and murder of DEA Special Agent Camarena, a hard-working young agent who had infiltrated Caro Quintero's operations and led the Mexican government to seize one of their largest drug-producing ranch. And he was killed in retaliation. Caro Quintero went to prison in Mexico from 1985 to 2013. But even from prison, he used family members and associates to run his drug business. He was released from prison in 2013 by legal error. And for almost a decade, he was a fugitive from justice. Caro Quintero is presumed innocent. But if he's convicted, he faces a mandatory life sentence or possibly the death penalty. Today, we also bring justice to Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, who's one of the most significant cartel kingpins in recent history. For nearly 20 years, Carrillo Fuentes ran the Juarez cartel, which dominated and decimated the all.
Wow, this is big, man. Wicked. You think Trump's not getting enough credit for this?
I think he is. I mean, everybody knows it's because of him. You know.
No, what I'm
But
saying is like about how badass these dudes he's taking down. Like these are some bad motherfuckers.
oh yeah,
This
yeah.
ain't
No,
Pookie and Ray Ray, man.
no. These two. A lot of these dudes are, but these two in particular, the guy he just said, Vicente, right? I don't know if you remember this, but in 2010, Ciudad Juarez was like the murder capital of the world, right?
Right.
And it was because Vicente, they called him the viceroy. When he became the boss, Chapo told them, "Don't make him the boss, or it's war." And they said, "Fuck you, he's the boss." So Chapo started like a war with him, and it created the murder capital of the world in Juarez,
The
next to
rest is
Laredo.
history.
And you know what? A bunch of dudes were murdered as a result. It was gangland. And the other one, like they said, the other one, he's old school. He pretty much was one of the pioneers that took cocaine trafficking from the Colombians and shifted it to the Mexicans. Because you know, at some point the Mexicans were the ones that started bringing it here, not the Colombians. But Caro Quintero was one of the ones that pioneered that. He was very violent.
Wow.
But they do say they said that he did kill Kiki, but that like they said that Kiki discovered the CIA, the Iran Contra affair. The CIA was training the Contras in Nicaragua, and they will have them go to Mexico and train in Caro Quintero's land. But Kiki discovered that, and the reason that this came to light was there was another DEA agent, like a whistleblower. You know, so it's complicated, right? But nonetheless, Caro Quintero is a very wicked man, you know. But all these dudes out there, there's another guy, a newer guy. He was he was a leader fighting against Chapo. Um, very dangerous people, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Extremely dangerous. That's why it's like fucking with them is they're not like on the level of like they could like assassinate a U.S. president, are they?
Uh, no, not really. No, the two that are here that are at that level is Chapo and Mayo. But other than Caro Quintero, he's a has been. You know, I mean, back in his day for sure. But you know when he got out of court, the guy said he got out of court on an error, but it was actually he bought his way out. They let him out because they were about to send him. They were going to extradite him, like, but he made a deal where they cut him loose, and before the DA could grab him, he was already gone in the mountains, and for a
Yeah,
decade he was out in the out on he was out in the wind, right? And he actually almost immediately went back into the drug trade, and
y-
he started another cartel, the cartel of Agua Prieta, which is like bordering Arizona. And but when they caught him, man, it was when the Mexican government caught him, he almost got away. But they let the German shepherds loose, and the German shepherds were able to dig him out. You know what I mean?
Mm.
yeah. I was gonna ask how active he was because I was imagining he was just like chilling in some
No,
villa
no,
somewhere with
no.
everybody
He was
paid
active.
off, so he's safe.
No. He. I mean, he was safe in the mountains, like where these guys were, like Chapo and them used to be. It's kind of hard to get to them without them knowing, because they people love them in the area because they take care of the people. And for you to come like in by air, you're gonna hear the choppers coming, and if you come by land, they're gonna get tipped off. So there was no way to get to them. So I have no idea how the Mexican government was able to capture Caro Quintero, but that was a big win for them for sure.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how it went
But
down. What
but he
changed?
but I'm not gonna lie to you. Caro Quintero had a lot of good songs because the Mexicans sing ballads, right? And
Oh, Ritos, what is it, Nacarito?
Yeah, like the narco corridos, right? And Caro Quintero, a lot of his corridos would say how the Americans want him to come here, and but that's never gonna happen. That was like a common
Mm,
theme in his songs. Like they want me to go over there, and I ain't going. I mean, I guess he's
mm.
a liar.
Wow. Wow. That's deep, man. Let me see what else is going on, man. In this.
But the Mexicans are also, and I think rightfully so, bragging about it because even though it really is Trump, because they're corrupt over there. It still looks good on them, right? The fact that they were able to accomplish such an impressive extradition, right, of all these men.
Yeah, it's a power move. It should maybe
It's a
frighten some
bragging.
of the other cartel leaders.
Shout out to
But
Boston Shamrock, man. He says, it's my birthday and I'm at a hotel. 10 minutes ago, son gets cuffed in the hallway, screaming about wrists. 1:40 a.m. No shoes on. I'm sure there will be a statue out front of here by the morning.
And he was never heard from again.
Yeah, they sent him to Alcatraz with the
Right,
Aryan Brotherhood.
to Guantanamo.
that's what we need to do. We just need to reopen Alcatraz. Send all the sons there.
Wow. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here.
Crime is reportedly down across the area, but Memphis police officers
You
are
see
now
that
investigating.
title? Suns out, guns out.
Nah. Yikes.
Suns out, guns out.
Someone
Yeah,
thinks
it's a
they're
dog
slick.
whistle. It's a dog
Right,
whistle if I ever saw one.
The editor, he fucks with the Ag Nation, trying to be slick over there.
Crime is reportedly down across the area, but Memphis police officers are now investigating 8 shootings in less than 24 hours. MPD says this is a cycle we typically see this time of year when warmer weather is to possibly blame. WRG's Shay Simon takes a closer look at new data from the Memphis Shelby Crime Commission.
Suns out, guns out. 8 shootings in less than 24 hours across Memphis.
Airway station responding to a shooting at her.
Memphis police investigating in one case after a 14-year-old boy was left critically injured in South Memphis.
If you witnessed or know anything or live in this area and have cameras, we need your help.
One thing all 8 cases have in common, warmer weather. MPD confirming as temps rise,
Is that
so
all?
does crime. This days after the Memphis Shelby County Crime Commission released this gun crime data.
In 2024, we had over 13,000 reported victims of aggravated assaults.
Wow.
MPD estimates that over 70% of those were
13,000 victims of aggravated. Is that the whole state, or is that just the city? That's a lot of. That sounds absurd.
Yeah, it does.
That can't be true. That's ridiculous. In one city, 13,000 victims of aggravated assault.
of aggravated assaults. MPD
released this gun crime data.
In 2024, we had over 13,000 reported victims of aggravated assaults. MPD estimates that over 70% of those were committed with guns.
Bill Gibbons, the president of the Crime Commission, broke it down during News 3 at 3. He says 2024 data shows gun crime is down in Memphis compared to 2023, but still unacceptably higher than just a few years ago.
We're not there yet. Overall, the trend was good compared to 2023. Of course, 2023 was a terrible year.
So far this year, there have been more than 800 aggravated assault cases reported. For your news leader in Memphis, Shay Simon, WREG News, Channel 3.
That's fucking insane.
That's incredible.
It's almost impressive.
It is impressive. I mean,
and you know, 99% of that is black people.
Oh yeah, it's Memphis. The thing about that though is that that is actually impressive. Like,
yeah.
There's no way. Like, yo, y'all are some bad motherfuckers, man.
It's impressive, but it's not surprising.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Actually, it is surprising.
You think so?
Yeah, that's a lot of fucking aggravated assaults, man. They have 800 already this year.
Well, you gotta understand that there's 24 hours in a day, bro.
Yo, that's impressive, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man.
N-words don't sleep.
During the day. Yo, you know what? I'm a huge fan of this "Suns Out, Guns Out" slogan. It has like a nice ring to it.
Yeah, it places the blame on the sun. It's the sun's fault. As if the sun hasn't been through enough already.
Right. It gets a bad rap. Yo, it's almost like you could do some kind of like segment on the show here. Like, I don't know what, but like "Suns Out, Guns Out." Time for the "Suns Out, Guns Out."
Yeah.
Gun Memorial Monday.
Sun.
Or spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. What's gonna be the theme? "Suns Out, Guns Out."
Jesus Christ.
Sisters.
Tonight,
on the
new
freeway.
charges against the
Sister
wife of a
Mayhem.
Minnesota missionary suspected of orchestrating her husband's murder in Africa. Thanks for joining us. I'm Julie Nelson. Bo Scheuer was found dead in October, and today their church in Detroit Lakes confirmed Angolan officials charged Jackie Scheuer with hiring his killers.
Wow.
Raya Katene looked into the case
Yes.
and joins us with the new details tonight. Raya?
Well, it was exactly 4 months ago today that Bo was tragically killed in Angola. He, his wife, and 5 children were in Africa for almost 3 years, occasionally traveling back and forth to Minnesota, back here to see friends and their family at home. But now Bo's wife, Jackie, is facing murder charges and awaiting trial in Angola, as news outlets there say authorities believe she's the mastermind behind the alleged murder.
She's fucked.
Love and sadness make their way into every update written by the lead pastor at Lakes Area Vineyard Church about the death of 44-year-old Bo Scheuer.
Ask God, Vineyard, to bring justice for Bo's murder. Ask God to unveil the truth clearly and soon.
Troy Easton leads the church Bo and his family were a part of in Detroit Lakes. The last update in Bo's case, Easton writes, saddens him immensely. Bo's wife, Jackie Scheuer, has been charged in connection to her husband's murder. According to the Angola press agency, the father of 5 was killed in a violent alleged murder-for-hire attack on October 25th while serving as a missionary in Angola, Africa. Just days after Bo's death, the Angolan news outlet said Jackie and 2 other men were arrested in connection to the alleged murder. The outlet says Angolan authorities alleged Jackie was in a relationship with the family's housekeeper and claim he was one of 3 men Jackie hired to kill her.
Wow.
You got cucked.
She was over there getting it in with the Angolan housekeeper. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, she went over there on a mission, and a lot of these white people, that's kind of like, you know, it's kind of
DNA.
like sex tourism. No, it's like sex tourism too. Like a lot of this missionary work and stuff. You know what I mean? It is kind of like sex. There's a sex tourism aspect to it. You know, you go into these places. You know, I mean, you know you're gonna have relations with some of the natives, man. You know that, man. These big, strong ass, broad shouldered, dark skinned fucking men just walking around, and you got this fucking guy.
Yeah. Who needs a bath, right? Who needs a bath anyway?
Look at this guy. I mean, like, let's keep it a buck. I mean, he's not like fucking Jason Statham, man. It's like this is fucking. This is like he. Look, it is what it is, man. Like this was inevitable, but the killing him is the part where.
Why are we killing the dude? I don't get that part.
Yeah. It was inevitable. It was inevitable that she was gonna fuck one of those African dudes, and you know what I mean, that was inevitable.
Maybe if he got contacts, I could show him. You know.
This is sad though, man.
Maybe she fell in love with the Sun Man, and he told her, "Kill your husband."
Right.
Yeah, I feel like some men are professionals too at like trying to get some middle-aged glider woman into her pants and like
Middle-aged.
like tell her all these things and all that shit.
Yeah,
Women,
she's not that attractive, so she was probably very enamored by the attention
But
and all
Yeah,
that.
that's what I mean
well,
basically.
hold on. If you're an African jungle bunny, that woman is a white woman. She's very attractive to you. It's not like
Yeah,
a
that
gang
was
of
my
white women.
point.
In the
yeah.
area missionaries are at, there's not a gang of white women where they ain't no Farrah Fawcett and fucking goddamn Scarlett Johansson's running around there. It's just a bunch of jungle bunnies. It's just,
I mean, she's not necessarily ugly either. She's
yeah,
like
but
whatever, you know.
I mean, just the
look
fact
good.
that she
She's
has
not that
straight hair.
attractive.
She's
She's
white.
got straight hair. That's good enough.
Yeah,
Like
she's
right,
white.
even right there.
Husband in
Right.
exchange for $50,000. Over the phone, Bo's
Yeah, for
cousin Brett
$2,000
Scheuer, who
bucks,
did not
that's a lot. That $2,000 is a lot in fucking Africa.
and claimed
Wow.
he was one of 3 men Jackie hired to kill her husband in exchange for $50,000.
Why would you
Over the
need
phone,
3?
Bo's cousin Brett Scheuer, who did not want to go on camera, confirms Bo's body was transported back to Minnesota, where he was laid to rest in December. Bo and Jackie's 5 children are also back home and being taken care of by family. As Bo's loved ones await Jackie's trial, Brett says the wheels of justice are moving. Meanwhile, with love and sadness in their hearts, Bo's church family continues turning to prayer.
And according to the statement from Lakes Area Vineyard Church, a court date has not been set as Jackie awaits trial. I did also reach out to the U.S. Department of State and FBI tonight to clarify if they have a role in this case. I've not heard back, Julie.
All right. Thank you, Raya.
First at 5 on your news leader, a child is recovering tonight after being stabbed with a knife while at school. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Shay Arthur. Greg and Stephanie are off tonight. Memphis police say this happened at Hamilton Elementary School. That's in South Memphis. WRG's Tia McKenzie is live with details on what led to this incident. And Tia, this is really alarming. What are you learning tonight?
That's right, Shay. It's a national issue, and it's causing problems all across the area now. Memphis Shelby County School says that the incident occurred from bullying. Memphis police received a call shortly after 11 a.m. about a wounded student at Hamilton Elementary School.
We do want to encourage parents to be mindful of what's in your child's backpack before they leave the house. Also, monitor their social media as best you can, especially if they're in group chats with multiple people.
According to a Memphis police report, the argument between 2 girls started Thursday over the phone. A 10-year-old girl says she told an 11-year-old that she and her friends were planning to jump the 11-year-old. The 11-year-old says she was scared, so she brought a knife to school Friday. The heated argument continued from the classroom to the cafeteria.
Smart girl.
11 years old. Unbelievable.
Dude, that's very common, man. Not the stabbing, not going this far, but jumping. Girls getting jumped and shit at 11. Oh, yeah.
Well, you have to keep in mind, like an 11 son kid is equal to like a 14-year-old glider kid.
Right, exactly. As far as development, now they
15.
plateau at 14. The only thing with the son is they plateau at 14.
Yeah.
So, and the glider continues to advance. So, but yeah,
like physically,
that's scientifically proven that even mentally, like yo, little kids. I mean, little son kids walk faster. They talk faster.
Yeah, they talk sooner. They can like hold their neck up and head up on their own sooner. Yeah, you're right. Like they begin sooner and end sooner.
Yeah, they plateau. It's just basically plateauing, leveling off at 14. That's why some men like if you look at some men like hip hop, like they always arguing over stupid shit because no, I'm serious. Like that.
No, you're right.
That shit because that's where we're at. We're 14-year-olds.
Yeah, in big fucking bodies. So,
but here's the thing, though. In previous times, the average life expectancy was 20, 25. You know what I mean? People died early until before modern medicine and before agricultural techniques is efficient. You know what I mean? People died very early. So plateauing at 14 wasn't as much of is noticeable. It wasn't as much of a bad thing. Now when people live to be fucking 100 years old and shit, yeah, it's a bad thing. But if you look at the history of the world, it was probably eons where, plateauing at 14 was just, not that big of a deal.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you're on the Savannah Plains and there's no glider medicine, then you can't plateau at 30 because you're
You
dead by
break
then.
your fucking leg. They didn't even know how to fucking set bones and shit
Yeah.
until like 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like you step on a fucking thorn and your fucking leg gets infected and you fucking die from that shit. Like it was, childbirth. Women died in childbirth all the time. It was you know what I'm saying, they were having children at 13. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that. Well, 13 is a grown son, man. It's only by comparison where it looks mentally retarded because now you're comparing it to other groups.
Well, yeah, I mean, and those other groups don't plateau at 14. So it's like it's nothing personal.
No, it's just everyone's got a different baseline, every group.
Yeah. It's not even it's nothing that anybody's doing.
No.
You know what I mean?
Like they're meant for the plains, and that was working for them on the plains.
Yeah, you get you. It's just like a deer. Like you ever see the deer,
Yeah.
the baby, he falls out the coochie, and then he's standing up after because he has to.
Yeah, he's got to run from a fucking
Yeah,
tiger.
he's got to run. He's got to stay with the herd. The herd a fucking bird might drop an acorn, and the fucking herd might just start running in another direction. He got to start running as soon as possible.
It also kind of explains the child soldier phenomenon in Africa. Why they would be so inclined to make that just a normal practice to fight their wars and conflicts.
Yeah, man. It's just hold on. Wait.
That's what's called, baby mom. Get that food, boy.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Boston Shamrock, man. Let's see what else is up here. Salute to Cap One, man. Cap One in the building. Shout out to Cap One, man.
Cafeteria, and that's when the 11-year-old allegedly stabbed the 10-year-old.
I would say, yeah, it's an awful thing. These kids, to be that young, 7th, 8th grade, middle school, and things like that happening. That shouldn't be happening.
We spoke with the 10-year-old's mother, who says her daughter was the one being bullied, and it was all because she has an Android phone rather than an iPhone.
The school should have been keeping these safe.
Are you serious, yo?
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, sons. When I was in school, I got bullied, and I bullied, and I remember this one kid, my boy Randy. We was friends, and we bullied him for a long time. His mom came for a PTA meeting, right? This was in 7th grade, junior high, and we overheard her saying Randy, the policy in our house, because he got in trouble or something for something, and she was like, you know what the policy is in our house. And then we just started, and then we heard about that, and we were like, oh, the policy. And we started clowning them about the policy, and we made it seem like the policy was this big, draconian thing where he's getting tortured when he go home and everything. And we just started bullying him about the policy all the way until 9th grade. All the way, every time we saw him. I'm talking about, how kids are, teenagers are. Every day, the policy. You got it. His mother was going to if he did anything wrong at school, his mother was going to torture him when he got home and all this shit. And it was just we just did that all day long. The policy. I remember when I was at the Quaker school, this Malaysian kid, he was my roommate one year, but the other years we had different roommates. But he was Malaysian, and we just made up that Malaysians like mangoes. We just made that shit up. We didn't know. We didn't read it in no book. We just related. And then when Snoop came out with that song, "Rolling Down the Street," Smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. We changed it to rolling down the street, eating mango, sipping on, and we clowned them about that like until we graduated, like from fucking 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, every day. I'm talking about like to the point where he got so
that's not
mad
that
one day.
bad. That's
No,
not
but I'm
that bad.
saying like we would evolve it and change it and it was constant. We were assholes, dog. Like every day, all day, everything, like everything. Because you know how like kids are assholes.
Yo,
But we bullied.
I used to get teased for wearing Ralph Lauren polo shirts. The ones with the man and the horse on. They used to tease me about this shit until everybody found out what polo really was.
Polo was in style. You man, when I was from, man, polo was yo. You had a polo shirt. You was the man. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Philly,
tell me about it. And I grew up knowing about polo, but they always teased me about wearing polo. I never understood that shit.
that's crazy. Not DC, they ain't do that shit.
They'd be like, "Yo, you got a man with a shirt with a man on a horse on it."
Oh wow.
It's just the epitome of the insanity.
Yeah, right.
A lot of the bullying, a lot of kids were assholes. Like when I look back and think of how I was growing up and shit, I was fucking prick, man. I'm talking about a straight up prick. I could be a prick because other kids bullied me. They bullied me about my African name. They bullied me about this. They bullied me about that. Um, and I bullied other kids. You know what I'm saying? So it
But
was.
it never got violent, right?
Oh yeah, definitely got violent.
Oh
Yeah,
shit,
man.
for real.
The dude that I'm talking about the policy. That dude, he tried to strangle me in the ninth grade, man.
What?
Constantly, like I ain't let up. I'm talking about every day, all day. We were in the same homeroom, like just joking, clowning, like constantly.
Torturing his
Like,
ass.
yeah, like I wasn't. Yeah, like I'm not talking about like just like saying a joke here or there. We was like
That's what
clowning
gliders do.
and like laughing you out. Like we used to have a
You know
thing
the
called
policy,
laughing
right?
you
The
out.
That's what
policy.
I did.
Yeah, yeah. Laughing like the way we would laugh at you would make you want to kill us too. Like just laughing at you, like laughing roll. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, man. And listen, I'm glad I got bullied too because I know how I feel. I know how I feel, man. I know how I feel to get bullied. So I could sympathize with my victims as an adult, man, because I got bullied too. That shit make you feel terrible, man. Horrible,
I
man.
think
But you can't help it.
I think having a friend group that makes fun of each other and clowns each other when you're a kid, I think it's actually a good thing. It's
Yeah,
helpful.
yeah.
No doubt, no doubt. But I'm talking about like we would. It can go too far. You can take things too far though. Anything. You're not a
Yeah, I
son, so
think
it's like
you
yeah.
explained that very well, actually.
Yeah, you could take things. You could take things very far. Sons, we usually take things very, very far. We usually take it too far most of the time. Man. Most of the time, we won't take it too far. That's why, sons. There's a lot of violence in the son community because sons, take stuff too
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sons take things too far. Like a lot of these killings we see, the person who killed somebody, they they not always like Billy Badass. Sometimes they the victim.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's why it's so tricky in the Sun community, man. It's so tricky, man, because everybody is anybody can get it. Like you can be a
Right,
bad
everybody on some
motherfucker.
bullshit.
Yeah, everybody on some bullshit. Like exactly. Even the girls, even the 11-year-old girls, they on some bullshit. I
Yeah.
remember one time me and my cousin, we was walking somewhere, right? Um, in Northeast, right? DC, I guess you know what I'm saying. That's not the roughest part, but it's not like the best part. And these little girls, they couldn't. I said we were probably 18, and these little girls was probably like 13 or like between let's say 8 and like 13. It was like 10 of them, right? They was walking ahead of us, right? And they just started throwing rocks at us, man. I'm talking about
What?
Yeah, like I'm talking about everything because I guess they was playing and shit. They thought shit, and listen, and we was like, yo, what the fuck? And we started like getting bucked with them. Then we was like, oh shit, we gotta get out of here. These motherfuckers starting to get close. We can't get hit with this shit. I mean, big ass like little fucking chunks of concrete and shit. It was some construction work being done over there. You know how they got those big piles and shit when they do construction, they never finish it. And they just start I don't know what made them pick us, but they just start throwing shit at us, right? And it was such a traumatizing event, man. We got the fuck out of there. That when I was I remembered the girls' faces. So later on in life, I moved away. I went to college and everything. Came back, and I literally became good friends with one of those girls because she was grown now, and I didn't even know it until after we had became friends. But she was a badass little girl. She was still bad at that time. It's still like, troublemaker and shit. But it was like, yo, these girls, they bad. They just like the boys, except the gunplay.
Yeah. They rough
They don't
nowadays.
do the gunplay. They don't do, you know what I'm saying? They don't shoot people. They don't kill people. But they attack people. They destroy property.
And it's crazy common here in Philly.
You know what I'm saying? And they disrespectful to elders and stuff like they steal. They just don't shoot it up like that. You know what I'm saying?
They make up for it in other ways.
Yeah. And they serious, man. Like it ain't no joke. Like, oh, them little girls. No, you might have to. And here's the thing too. They got brothers that they can sick on you that'll kill you.
Right.
They got fathers that'll kill you. They're surrounded by killers. Like they got brothers that's in prison. They got fathers that's in prison. They got cousins that's in prison. They know that they got people around them that have deleted people. So you're dealing with a little girl who might have several family members in prison for homicide. You're not dealing with little fucking Madeline from fucking, you know what I'm saying? You're not dealing with Amy or Jill. You're dealing with fucking somebody who's, mother
Start
is
Keisha
like,
and them.
her mother done had 3 boyfriends this year. You know what I'm saying? Like three relationship type shits this year.
3 official ones.
Yeah, 3 official relationships and shit. And she pregnant and she got siblings and none of them got the same father and shit. And it's like,
right.
you're not dealing with goddamn Zoe or no shit like that. You're dealing with goddamn
Jessica.
somebody who's dangerous, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no individual. Like, we're groups. So that includes her fucking deadbeat, violent father and brother, like you said. Like,
yeah, man, and they serious. I remember watching I'm sitting on my porch. I'm watching a dope fiend nod off across the street, and he's nodding. His forehead's almost touching the ground. He still hasn't fallen. You know how the dope fiend, they'll nod and they'll bend forward, but they won't fall. They'll never fall. You'll never see a dope fiend fall. They'll always nod and then catch themselves and come back up. And I'm sitting there just watching him. I wasn't, I wasn't out there to watch him, but he was doing his thing. And I was out there. He just happened to be doing his thing.
He was getting some free entertainment.
Yeah, exactly. It's a free entertainment. And a group of girls walked down the street, 13, 14 years old. And one of them had a stick in their hand. And she just clobbered this dude out of nowhere. Boom! And he's leaking like a stuck pig. And they just walked down the street and bent the corner as if nothing had. They didn't run. Went to the store. Yeah, obviously, but they didn't even stop long enough to laugh. It wasn't like it was almost like, you know how like when you got a stick in your kid and you just run it across a gate before you walk somewhere. It was kind of like that. They didn't even stop long enough to laugh. They just hit him, and then kept it pushing. Went to the store around the corner, and it came back and walked up the same street right past him. Didn't think nothing about it.
Wow.
Yeah,
And
but
I'm like, and these girls couldn't have been. It was some, because little girls, they always got their little sisters and cousins with them. Couldn't have been between 9 and 13 or 14. That was the range of the girls in the group. And the thing about it was, I'm sitting there on the porch. They didn't care if it was my uncle or his car's going up to date. They did none of that affected. You know what I'm saying? They didn't care. They just kept it pushing, and then just went to the store and came back up the same street and went back up the hill.
I mean, yeah, it's like you've already said, like if there's no frontal lobe, it's just a less potent version of a sun man, but it's the same shit.
Yeah, and when I saw that shit, I was like, damn, and I was just like, wow. But it was nothing to them. I was more, I was a grown. I was an adult when this happened. I was in my 20s, mid 20s, and it was nothing to them. They just kept it put. They went to the store, got whatever they got, came back around the corner, walked right up the street.
Well, as a human being, like you're seeing this dope theme, not off, right? As a human being, the thing that would prevent you from hitting or robbing someone in this very vulnerable position, right, would be empathy. Hey, I wouldn't want someone to do that.
Right.
So if you don't fucking have that, then there's really nothing wrong with just clubbing them with a stick and then going to the corner store.
Wait, Ark, did you say that they robbed the man, or did they just hit him?
No, they didn't rob him.
But same difference.
They just clobbered him. One of the girls was carrying a stick. Kids, they might pick up a stick and just got a stick in their hand. They didn't come down there to do that. They just were walking down the street. He was like off to the side in a little parking lot, because there's a bank right there and there's a little parking lot, and then around the corner there's a bunch of stores. They was going around the corner. It came. I'm sitting across the street on the porch, just watching him, probably smoking some weed. I don't know what I was doing, and she just came down, and they were just walking past him, and she just boom, I mean, clocked him upside the head with a big ass stick like a tree branch, and they just kept it pushing around the corner. And then a few minutes later, they came back up around the corner and walked up the street. And he was leaking. When I say leaking, I mean he was leaking like a stuck pig, and he wasn't nodding no more. He was kind of like just dazed and sitting down.
Does anybody go to help him?
Who's gonna help some fucking dope fiend that's bleeding up like that? Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna go help some dope fiend that's just bleeding out like that?
A glider would.
Yeah, that's true.
A glider would.
I mean, I don't know how many people are around. Like, there's hundreds of people.
No, it's just a street at night when people going up and down the street. So stores right there. So yes, it's just foot traffic and there's car traffic. It's not like a back street. It's a main street, but like.
Well, all you have to do is call an ambulance. You don't actually have to go fucking help him.
Well, like you said,
I would not touch him.
There's gliders and stuff like that. I just was like, damn. I was just like, damn, and I just kept on doing what I was doing. I didn't think twice about it. As far as I just thought about it, like, damn, that's crazy. And I watched those girls grow up in the community. Like I watched them as they grew up. One of them dated a friend of mine as they got older. Like, cause you got to understand, these people, they grow up and they become grown people and shit. And they just grow up. They just be there. It's just people in the community. And it's like, damn. And I remember one time I did say something to her about it. I was like, damn, I remember I seen you hit the dude upside the head with the stick. And she just started laughing or something like that, But it's just like it's just stuff that happens. The violence is like a currency. So she probably was like, she's like, find $100 on the ground, find $100 bill on the ground. Violence is currency. You know?
I wonder if the mother of this 10-year-old told her kid, you should go stab those little girls that are bullying you.
I can tell you this right now. When I had issues I had issues on the subway in junior high school, and I carried a knife, and I almost had to stab a dude on the train. When I saw the dude on the train. And I told the story before, but yeah, I had my stepfather. He taught at a high school in D.C. and it was kind of like a rough high school, and he was kind of like one of those teachers that acted tough and didn't take no shit from the students, and he confiscated a lot of weapons over the years, and he had a big like this big basket thing in his drawer in his room full of knives and blades that he had confiscated throughout the years. You know what I'm saying? And he would just put them all in there. And I never touched it. But then I got this beef with this dude on the train. He tried to stab me one morning because, of course, we clowned him. We got on the train one day after school, saw this kid with a big old afro, and we just started clowning. This was before afros came back in style in the mid 90s. So this was probably like the early 90s before afros came back in style. And we just clowned him, and we were joking and clowning him. And one day, I'm getting on the train in the morning, and this nigga just comes up to me with a knife in his hand. It's like, yeah, what's up now? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, huh? I just start walking off and shit, right? Scared as a motherfucker. And then he started following me, and then I'm running. We running through the on the platform. This motherfucker chasing me up the escalator and shit. And this black dude, like a businessman, because that was going to work that morning, he like grabbed him and grabbed me. He was like, y'all stop it right now. You go this way, you go that way, right? Then I got on the train, and he was like menacing me in the window with the knife, like, I'm gonna stab, I'm gonna see you, I'm gonna see you, blah, blah, blah. I was scared as shit. I was scared. I was thinking about that shit all day at school. I was scared to catch the train home that evening and shit, right? So I finally
That's straight out of a horror movie.
Yeah, exactly. I went home and shit, and I went to found my stepfather's little basket thing because I already knew it was there. But I went there, picked out a blade, a suitable one that I could start carrying it. And I didn't see the dude for a long time. I was scared every morning, you know what I'm saying? But I never saw him. And then one morning I saw him, like, and he started like talking shit. And when I was like, you know what I'm saying? I was scared. I ain't gonna lie, man. Don't give me the line, man. I was scared as a motherfucker because the way he was so aggressive and shit, right? He was mad. We had hurt his feelings because we had clowned him. Like, we had clowned him in front of the whole train, and we didn't know him from a can of paint. And that's how a bunch of assholes we were. And he was mad as shit, right? And I had to show my knife, my blade, and I was like, yo, I got one too. And when he seen I had one too, it kind of like changed the temperature. It was almost like he probably wanted to stab me, but he didn't want to get in a knife fight. You know what I'm saying? And it was just like, I was like, yeah,
It's a
he ain't know how
deterrent.
scared. He ain't know how scared I was though. Because if he would have knew how scared I was, he would have fucking just went at me. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
as soon as he saw your knife, he probably was scared himself.
Right, but the thing about it is, you don't know. Like I was thinking about that shit every day going to school. He
Yeah,
was
he sounds
looking
like a
for
total
me.
psycho.
He was looking for me, and I was avoiding him. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know that he is a psycho because, like, I noticed this with black kids, with black children. When they're obviously they understand it sucks to be bullied themselves, but if you don't understand that other people feel the same way when you do it to them, it creates a fucking pressure cooker. It, like, every person's got a short fucking fuse now because there's just this, like, I guess we'll call it culture of folks just like just trying to ruin your day every day. So I don't know if that kid with the afro really was a psycho. He was just fucking fed up with sons.
Yeah, I mean, we what we had done to him. If someone had done that to me, I would have been upset. Like the way he,
Yeah, exactly.
like some kids get on you sitting on the train. You don't know us. We didn't know him. It wasn't like he was from our school and we just like, hey, Nicola. We didn't know him from a can of paint, and we just
Yeah.
we was so fucked. Like I remember one time, one of my friends had some mace. And I don't know why he had the mace, but he just had a mace. You know how sometimes kids just got stuff at school. And we get on the train, and it was some like, you know, because in DC, it's the train is like kind of like New York, where you got rush hour, you got all types of people on there. People from down, you might have staffers, pages, White House, you know what I'm saying? Shit, everybody's on the train going to and fro, right? So it was one car that had a bunch of like white people and business people on it and shit, right? And just regular people, you know what I'm saying, catching the train and shit. So we was like, oh man, we should spray the mace on this train and then get off at this next stop and go on the other train. Like you know when the doors
That's
open,
some
you spray
terrorist
the mace
shit.
in the train, and
Yeah.
then you run to the next car, and then like that, right? So we did that, and then we went to the next car, and we was looking at them coughing and gagging in the next car, and that shit was just the funniest thing to us, man.
Yeah, no, if you did that to
car.
him, then no, he wasn't a psycho. But if
No,
all
we
you did
didn't do
was
that to
clown
him.
on him,
Yeah,
then
yeah. But
yeah, he's a
I'm just
psycho.
telling you the type of stuff we would do, you know what I'm saying, in a moment's notice. It wasn't like, you know what I'm saying, a big plan. It wasn't like something we devised. It was like, oh shit, you want to, you know what I'm saying? And all those people in that car were coughing and gagging and shit, and we were sitting in the next car looking through the window, laughing at them.
Yeah, and like an enclosed airspace, that stuff would be
Yeah.
just awful.
Also, I find like the Sun kids, they're very good at like hyping each other up.
It's so easy. One thing about it is, like I say all the time, if you sitting there on the train, right, and you minding your business, and it's three Sun kids behind you, and one of them say, "I bet you won't smack that dude upside his head right there." If the boy say, "Nah, man, I ain't fucking with that dude, man. Leave that dude alone." If one of the boys just say, "Man, oh, you a bitch, you scared," you getting slapped upside your head. You getting slapped upside your head.
Yeah, no,
You done. All it takes is to someone to call you scared. That's all it takes.
all kids do it, no doubt, right? But Suns just take it to another fucking level, both in magnitude and in frequency. Every
Yeah.
single day, it
You
just
gotta have big nuts. You gotta say you gotta always appear to have. You gotta always appear to, you know what I'm saying, be able to, you know, to do it, and you know what I'm saying. If somebody say you scared, it's almost like you got to do it once they say you scared, and
yeah, or else you're
that's
getting bullied. So it's like you got no choice.
yeah. And even if you're not gonna get bullied, like physically, you're gonna get you know what I'm saying. Like let's just say, right, like that scenario I just said, like, right, the three dudes, and what the dude said, "No, I ain't gonna do it." And let's just say three more of their dudes that in their little ecosphere get on at the next stop. The first thing they're gonna tell them, "Dude, man, this bitch ass nigga scared of shit to do." You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna sons like telling other people, embarrassing you in front of other people. Sons like embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? You like embarrassing people. That's why bullying so much, because it's more about embarrassing people, making people look bad. You know, talking shit about people and shit.
Yeah, this behavior explains the low trust society that
Yeah.
they established.
Yeah, and it's not clear how to fix it. Because, like, if you just don't know or you just don't understand that someone is feeling the way they do when you say these things to them, that's not a problem. Like, that's not something that can be fixed. It's running how it's supposed to be for, a
Yeah.
different group of people.
Here's the thing. I'll say this. Sons, they know and they understand. They just do it just because. Trust me.
Well, that's like saying
Well, yeah, DNA.
different words at that point, though, right?
Pretty much DNA. They just do it just because they can do it.
I find with gliders, like when gliders bully, first of all, they don't do it as harsh. That should be obvious to anyone. But I find sons also like you don't have to do anything to a son in order for him to target you. But if you're
No.
like one of like the gay annoying gliders that's always like pretending they're dads in the CIA, or like pretending they're super smart, like just being annoying and stupid, then gliders will start to kind of target you to kind of like deflate your bubble and get you like more back in line. But like I find gliders are much less likely to like pick on someone just for the fuck of it.
Yeah, it's got to be funny.
Well, also too, the thing why it always is worse in the Sun community is because, like, okay, for instance, say your family, your immediate family, right? You're 14, right? You got cousins older than you got cousins younger than you got brothers older than you got brothers younger than you, right? Let's just say the typical family, right? You got a father and a mother, right? In the Sun community, a lot of those dudes in your family are street crews. They've been in street crews, the crews that make the news. They've been active in the street. You dig what I'm saying? Whereas in the white community, I'm not sure if like Ian's dad caught a body and shit.
No, he
His
didn't.
brother been to juvie, in and out of juvie. You know what I'm saying? And his cousins in the gang, a crip or something like that. You know what I'm saying? His sister's dating a psychopath. You know what I'm saying?
It'll be rare.
Yeah, so it's like you have all that too. The kid who's bullying you is coming from that.
Yeah.
No, but you know what you do have in some glider communities is gliders that pretend to be sunmen and act like sunmen, when they're like teenagers and they start selling drugs and they end up in prison or they die.
Yeah.
Also, the glider girls when they're 14, 15, they're not gonna reward the glider boys for bullying in the same way the sun girls will reward like a sun boy for like clowning a dude and completely embarrassing him.
Yeah, that's embarrassing somebody is definitely status, ups your status.
Yeah. If you're a young glider boy and you embarrass a kid, it's like 50-50. You're just as likely to be rewarded than you are to be shunned by your glider girl peers, in my opinion.
Yeah, the girls wouldn't like it, but I think the guys would probably still think you're cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also, the Sun girls are sons.
Yeah.
Holding them to a high standard is kind of not fair because she's a son. Or like, why would she not like enjoy watching somebody get embarrassed? She's a son.
Why would she not stab somebody in the?
No, but seriously, like, why would she not like the same things that she grew up liking or seeing other people like? Seeing the things, she's just a female son.
Yeah, that's why when Pantheon came on here, I was like quick to ask her, like, are you a divester or not? Because I feel like the whole divester arguments are like quite silly because they basically the crux of them is to kind of split black women and men into like different species almost and pretend that like, oh, black men are the problem and just if black women had their own little island it would be perfect. It's like, no, you're both bad. Like you're both part of the problem. You can't really separate it.
Yeah, and it's not a problem.
Right, no.
It's only a problem in multicultural, only in multicultural.
That's right, yeah.
Like, I would never know that bullying was wrong if it wasn't for gliders.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Because only gliders would even try to like fix something like that.
Yeah.
Like Sons would never try to like fix that on a scale, like on a institutional scale. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as like outside of themselves. Like
Yeah, that's why like
help someone in the future from getting bullied. Someone who's not here right now, help them not get bullied.
yeah, and no, sons aren't thinking like that.
Yeah. Let me see. Shout out to Boston Shamrock. He says new guy Hell's Angels versus BFM. Quebec War must watch. Oh yeah, we saw that the other day. We saw that that we did something on that the other day. Salute to you, Boston Shamrock. Douglas Chunks, man, Ock Nation Hall of Famer. Now Rushmore, he says, hey, I'm about an hour and a half behind listening to the stream, and I'm a fan of Wicked. However, I saw the Epstein flight log years ago. There's one flight only with Trump's name on it, and it was from Florida to New York. Shout out to Douglas Chunks.
I must agree that if there really was a PDF file dirt on Trump, it would be out by now.
We know.
He's ran for president twice. Yeah, definitely.
We would know about it.
Yeah, definitely, man. Well, let me go ahead and play this, man.
First at 5 on your news leader, a child is recovering tonight after being stabbed with a knife while at school. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Shay Arthur. Greg and Stephanie are off tonight. Memphis police say this happened at Hamilton Elementary School. That's in South Memphis. WRG's Tia McKenzie is live with details on what led to this incident. And Tia, this is really alarming. What are you learning tonight?
That's right, Shay. It's a national issue, and it's causing problems all across the area now. Memphis Shelby County School says that the incident occurred from bullying.
Memphis police received a call shortly after 11 a.m. about a wounded student at Hamilton Elementary School.
We do want to encourage parents to be mindful of what's in your child's backpack before they leave the house. Also, monitor their social media as best you can, especially if they're in group chats with multiple people.
According to a Memphis police report, the argument between two girls started Thursday over the phone. A 10-year-old girl says she told an 11-year-old that she and her friends were planning to jump the 11-year-old. The 11-year-old says she was scared, so she brought a knife to school Friday. The heated argument continued from the classroom to the cafeteria, and that's when the 11-year-old allegedly stabbed the 10-year-old.
I would say, yeah, it's an awful thing. These kids, to be that young, 7th, 8th grade, middle school, and things like that happening, that shouldn't be happening.
We spoke with the 10-year-old's mother, who says her daughter was the one being bullied, and it was all because she has an Android phone rather than an iPhone.
The school should have been keeping these kids safe. I don't understand why it's so much stuff happening at these schools, and the schools act like they don't know anything, and they have metal detectors and all this stuff. Where's our money going if y'all ain't making sure that these kids safe at school, to either be at school to learn, or if the teachers.
MSCS says they have resources in place to address these issues.
I think it's a nationwide problem, so we've done a lot to address it through different programs, not just today, but over the past couple of years. So it's definitely a problem, and something that we're trying to address hands-on every single day.
MSCS has a bullying, harassment, and intimidation policy on its website where individuals can report incidents of bullying.
Now, an internal investigation of security measures is underway to see just how that weapon entered the school. Reporting for your news leader in South Memphis, Tia McKenzie, WRAG News Channel 3.
Many teens like to hang out after school, but now one McDonald's in Brooklyn is barring anyone under the age of 20 from entering their restaurant without an accompanying adult.
A sign went up on the door announcing the policy change last week.
You know, one of the things that I think it's absolutely crucial for people across this country to understand is that your own perception or what you encounter in your day-to-day life is not what other people in other neighborhoods across this country see every day. And this is why oftentimes it becomes a national news or a real oddity of a story when you see a franchise that is all about standardization at each and every one of its locations across the country engage in a business practice that would never go on where you live. And a perfect example of that is when you see the images and videos of McDonald's and other fast food places in Detroit, and you realize that those fast food places have bulletproof glass like the bank, and each and every person needs to exchange their goods and their money through a small window, again, as if they're engaging with tellers at an American bank, a very secure financial institution that, again, has been historically the target for robberies because guess what? That's where the money is. Well, another example of this is this Brooklyn McDonald's that we're going to be talking about today, because they have decided to institute a new policy of carding people at the door and not allowing people under the age of 20 to enter said McDonald's. And this is due to the fact that there are serious instances of violent crime that are often caused by the teens that go to the nearby high school. Now, again, for you, this might seem to be completely abnormal. For me, who lives in New York City, the same city where this occurred, this is also abnormal because the McDonald's and other fast food locations don't do this where I live. But in this context, in this part of Brooklyn, with
He's hilarious, man.
Shout out to Sean.
Yeah, I feel Sean makes so many fucking videos because he doesn't fail to point out like the demographics that do this shit, and like he doesn't shy away from it. But he like, I feel one day he's just gonna like throw up his arms and be like, yeah, this shit is DNA. Like he's always flirting with it.
Understands it though, like, because it's like that's the way he explained it is very true. Like we were just talking about you don't know that these things are going on. Like if you just live in your world, you don't know these things are going on. You just hear about George Floyd and you're like, yo, that's fucked up. That's terrible, man. Let's go protest. Yeah, let's go with the blacks and protest because this is just terrible. It's the worst thing that ever happened. And you don't know that George Floyd is that guy that I told you about earlier that got whacked upside the head by that little girl. You know what I'm saying?
I just feel like it's like he's so close, but he's so far. Like he's just.
He's trying to make money. He says any of that shit.
No, I don't believe
money.
that. I think
he's pretty open about it. It's a business for him.
Sure, it's a business, but I think at the end of the day,
this is a business for me, man. But I actually enjoy doing this, and I actually want to see. That's another thing. Like you got people have integrity, man. A lot of YouTubers have integrity. They're not just on here saying anything for money, man. Like they say what they.
You're a son, man, and he's a glider.
No, yeah, I'm saying now. If you say he can't say it, then that's one thing. But like to say that he wouldn't say it because of money, I don't know about that. Maybe he can't say it. Yeah, maybe he can't. Yeah,
I think he just like
he doesn't need to.
Deep down, you're right. No, you're right.
That's
actually,
he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have. He goes so far that it's basically it's implied.
Exactly. Like, isn't it like, come on, if you read the comments to like the videos that he makes, you know, deep down, he knows his DNA. And so do people in the comments, it's like an open secret type of thing.
Yeah, it's implied. It's implied.
It's like a comedy, like a dark comedy almost.
With these teenagers acting the way they do, it actually is a perfectly logical response to all the different various policies that cater to criminals, cater to underage criminals, and of course, pull back the police and don't allow them to engage with them in any kind of meaningful way. If you don't want to have a system where your teenager can't even get a snack from McDonald's after school, then maybe, just maybe, you should think twice about having laws like raise the age and bail reform, and and less is more, which lower the consequences for repeat offenders and, of course, make it nearly impossible to hold people that are under the age 18 accountable for their actions. Now, we're going to get into this. We're going to break this down. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
Most retailers look for ways to increase foot traffic, but the McDonald's at 2154 Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn is doing the opposite. As the sign on the door shows, anyone under 20 needs an ID or a parent to get in.
Now, look, the local news segment opens up by saying that most locations, most businesses are looking for a way to increase foot traffic. However, this McDonald's has decided to institute the policy that we described in the open, but they seem to just kind of gloss over this because in reality, if you look at the layout of this McDonald's, if you look at the block that it's on, obviously this is not a place where people are often driving through. Obviously, this McDonald's is very dependent on all the customers that they can get in order to stay open, especially when you factor in all the struggles of fast food giants as of late with inflation raising their prices. So it would make sense for them to just allow as many customers as possible, again, just like a regular ordinary McDonald's would. However, in this context, based on the number of instances and how violent they were, this is really all they can do, again, if they don't want their people to get hurt. And if you're thinking maybe they should take some other security precautions, I assure you they absolutely have.
This sucks. While some dislike the new door policy being enforced by a trio of security guards and backed up by NYPD officers outside.
Did you catch that right there?
Rolling
Something
deep.
is so wrong in this McDonald's in this particular area of Brooklyn that the security policy of checking people's IDs and making sure nobody under 20 without being accompanied by a parent or a suitable aged adult enters this location is being enforced by a trio of security guards and by an NYPD unit that is stationed outside of this McDonald's because it's that much of a hotspot for criminality. The NYPD unit, by the way, is often going to have bare minimum 2 police officers. So you have 5 dedicated security personnel in order to crack down on the criminality at this location. However, that is not even close to enough. So in response to the fact that they still can't deal with the criminality, they've decided to just ban all people under the age of 20 from this particular location, again, without a suitable age adult to accompany them. Do you understand how absolutely crazy the violence has to be for a company like McDonald's that is always downsizing, always reducing the number of staff to employ not 1, but 3 on staff at the same time security guards? Do you understand how maddening that is? Do you understand how crazy that is? That even with the police support that is supposed to be stationed there, that is supposed to be dealing with these criminals, the laws are so soft on youthful offenders. Again, see raise the age, see bail reform, see less is more, which shows you even if they're on probation or parole, that probation or parole isn't going to be violated. You just can't have a society like this. This is not a rational way to operate a McDonald's.
The reasoning is plain. McDonald's locations are all too often the scene of violent crimes, and both the victims and perpetrators can often be young.
I mean, really think about this, guys. If this McDonald's location is open 24/7, like many of these New York urban McDonald's locations happen to be, then that means you're in a situation where you have 3 on-duty security guards at a time. So that equals 9 total security personnel employed by this McDonald's. Again, and that's assuming, and we'll admit, it is a stretch that they constantly have 3 guards at all times, not just 3 at the peak times when things get most dangerous. If we're being generous, maybe they have 2 additional guards for the other shifts that are just not nearly as dangerous. So we'll give them a grand total of 5. Then you have the NYPD units that are out there, and bare minimum, you're going to have 2 during the day that are going to be stationed. So that's 4 NYPD officers. And assuming again that maybe it's not open 24/7 or something of the sort, we're not even going to count the 3rd unit, which would make 6 NYPD officers, because that still gives us a total of 9 people dedicated to securing this one McDonald's. Do you know how many McDonald's are across the city of New York? This is obviously not a scalable plan. This is obviously absurd. And if your laws are so bad, if they pander so much to criminal teenagers that you're going to allow this to happen, then just stop. Just quit being a city. Just retire. Governor Kathy Hochul, you have so many problems right now. You're one of the most unpopular governors in the entire country for a reason. And this is exactly why, because you're a champion of these kind of policies. And it's proven out by the data that they just make things worse. I mean, again, we could be paying overtime to these NYPD officers in order to be stationed here, in order to, again, secure this one McDonald's, because crime is so rampant here. And of course, we can't hold the criminals accountable. And as we've seen time and time again, and was recently proven out by Larry Krasner, of all people, in the city of Philadelphia, if you just target the repeat offenders, that core group that commit an outsized amount of crime, then you could reduce even the most serious crimes like homicides. And that's exactly what we've seen represented in the data in the city of Philadelphia. A woke Soros district attorney who didn't want to prosecute anyone for anything saw murder skyrocket under his watch, but suddenly going into an election, he decided that we were going to target repeat offenders and give them lengthier prison sentences. And he's done a complete 180 on crime, on homicides, the most serious crime in that area. If we had changes in the law, because a lot of the problems in New York do not actually stem from the prosecutors, the Brooklyn DA is not actually all that terrible as compared to DA Alvin Bragg in Manhattan or the Bronx district attorney. But the fact of the matter is, if you don't have the tools, even if you have the right person in the position, you're not going to be able to address these problems in any kind of meaningful way.
Those who patronize this location themselves have seen issues. What have you seen happen?
They jumped the security guard, the Grubhub guy fights, jumps.
Yeah, so by the way, that's why they have multiple different security guards at this location, and that's why they have the NYPD station out front, because these teenagers at this specific location have gotten so rowdy, have gotten so crazy, that they actually ended up jumping the security personnel. And again, imagine being in that position. Imagine being hired to do the head of security position at a McDonald's, thinking that that job's not all that serious, and then you realize that it's one of the most violent fast food restaurants on planet Earth, that particular location, and then you get jumped by a mob of aggressive teenagers.
Maybe like blocking the doorway, blocking the ATM machine. Some point out the children need a place to congregate.
So this guy's...
They blocked the doorway and they blocked the ATM machine.
Darn those teens.
Yes. See what I'm talking about here with Sean? Like, he just blabbled on about how McDonald's is acting irrationally because, of course, they can't scale this method to every location. Meanwhile, damn well knowing that this is not required at every location. It's only the ones where the blacks go to.
He's being sarcastic, though. He's being sarcastic.
Is he? Well, he is being sarcastic, true. But he's still missing the point that it would never be necessary for that to occur, because this is not a fucking Kathy Hochul problem or an Alvin Bragg problem. This is a black people problem.
It's all of the above.
This guy says he's seen teenagers blocking off the door, crowding the ATM in this particular McDonald's, which, by the way, you should be going to an ATM at your bank in order to avoid fees. But typically, in my experience at McDonald's locations, ATMs tend to have the lowest fees there, sometimes as little as 99 cents. So I understand why a lot of people who maybe are not near their bank location and have to walk everywhere, because New York City is a very walking-based city, would decide to stop off at this McDonald's. But imagine you're going to get cash for whatever purpose that you need it. You stop off at the McDonald's, which should be a normal, ordinary business, and there's a bunch of teenagers crowding the ATM, potentially looking to rob you if you take out the wrong amount of money. So you're intimidating all these legitimate people who have reasons to be there in order for what? Them to have a good time, them to enjoy themselves. And the crazy thing is that the alternative to this, actually, punishing these people, kicking them out, giving them the boot, or doing something about the criminality, is to build a rec center.
Some point out the children need a place to congregate and after-school options. And locals tell Fox 5 a new recreation center should be opening soon. But NYPD stats show without it, there have already been nearly 30 911 calls to this location in this young year, which is set to exceed the past 3 years, during which more than 100 911 calls were made for this location every year.
So yeah, they're trying to build a rec center in and around this area because kids need a place to go after school. Maybe they're going to initiate midnight basketball in order to solve all this criminality. But if you guys didn't quite catch that, what they ended up saying is that there have been 31 911 calls to this location already this year. And remember, these kids are in school during school days, and we ended up having a bunch of different holidays to start the year leading into New Year's and all that. And still, once every 2 days, there is an incident at this specific location. Again, that's why they have 3 security guards. That's why they have an NYPD unit stationed out there. And that's why they banned teens from this location, because it's absolutely insane what's going on at this particular McDonald's. And by the way, this is well ahead of the pace from last year, where they received about 1 911 call every 3 days. And again, I will just point out, there's only 181 days in your standard school year. If this is really disproportionately teenagers, they should only be present in schools for half the year. And yet you're getting 100 911 calls to this particular location in a normal year. And now that pace has escalated even more. And now all of a sudden, if you were wondering if IDing people at the entrance of this McDonald's with 3 security guards and a police presence outside, maybe the National Guard
Turning this
coming
shit into a
soon,
nightclub.
is necessary, it absolutely is.
And with that, the new door policy has its fans.
I would suggest they keep up with the IDing people. Honestly, I feel like that's the best. And it's just like what you have to do. Do what you have to do, honestly.
So a couple of things. First and foremost, we ended up seeing the flag for this particular location, and it is open 24/7. So I was right about that instinctually, so we can actually upgrade the number of personnel that are guarding this particular area. And by the way, when we get to that level of police officers that are there 24/7, security guards that need to be there, we're talking about an amount of security personnel that would likely sound more reasonable for President Trump's McDonald's publicity stunt during the course of the campaign. And yet this is just for an everyday instances or everyday occurrences in a McDonald's in the city of New York. Absolute madness. And by the way, some of the people that are in and around this neighborhood actually support the ID policy because they just want to get some McDonald's. They're like my friend Tony from Current Revolt. He just wants to eat his crap food. He doesn't want to actually engage with a bunch of criminal types while he's doing it.
While this McDonald's is making waves because it's the first one we know of in the city that's doing this, some people out here say they would support other retailers if they decide to do the same.
Oh, we support it because they're a bother. They don't know how to behave.
A feeling that may make the door policy at this McDonald's food for thought for other retailers in the city.
I mean, again, just think about the disconnect that you see between the citizens in and around this area, the people who actually have to engage with the criminals, and your left-wing progressives. And by the way, the people that are elected to represent these very people. I guarantee you that if the state senator and the state assembly person is the same that cover this district, these people voted in favor of raise the age. These people voted in favor of bail reform, and they voted in favor of less is more. Hell, many of them might have voted to take money out of the NYPD after the whole Black Lives Matter riots kicked off, all in the idea that they were serving people in these endangered communities and protecting the children from the evil police. Well, now look at the results. You have all these different staffers, all these different violent instances, and even if the police initiate arrests after arrest, there's no consequences for it. So this is the society that many people in this country live in. This is the experience of America that they get each and every day, while you go into a McDonald's, likely in your neighborhood, if you live in an even marginally better neighborhood, without even noticing anything of the sort. Again, if you got a security guard in your McDonald's, you're in a bad neighborhood. If you have 3 security guards, you're in a terrible neighborhood. 3 security guards and a police unit that is patrolling constantly, you're in a really terrible neighborhood. And of course, if you got bulletproof glass between you and the McDonald's clerk, just get out of there. I don't want to be anywhere where the risk of gunfire for me to get some French fries is that high. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think about all of this down in the comments below.
Yeah, man.
Well, Mr. Sean, Mr. fucking genius Sean, what's the solution then?
There's no solution.
As far as I'm concerned, like in his last little spiel there, the gliders or the progressives or the Kathy Hochul's or whatever the fuck interpreted the situation and decided the best way to deal with the son problem was to raise the age. What's his solution? I mean, he doesn't want to recognize the demographic nature of it, and yeah, so we're just going to put more son people in jail, and then the progressives reject that because they think it'll ultimately be more harmful. So I'm not sure like who to rock with here, if I'm being honest.
I think he's just basically saying like, this
put
is
him in
what
jail
it is.
for a long time.
Yeah, this is what it is. It's not the old other narrative. It's this is this. I think he's just saying this is what it is, man. Like you can't really. People have to know that this is what it is before they can. You know what I mean? Like because a lot of the last 4 years, last 12 years has been about like, black people are victims.
Yeah.
And the victimization comes from the outside. And they're being bothered by people from the outside. And really, they're victimizing each other and they're victimizing everyone else. And you have to at least establish that first. I think that what he's doing is establishing that.
I also think he's kind of a journalist in a way, so I would prefer him not to editorialize.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like if you listen to the stories, man, like fucking McDonald's got a security guard. No, McDonald's has 3 security guards and police to back them up, and
A gang
and
to
fiberglass.
fight a gang.
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying, and it's like like just that alone, it's like wow, like you said earlier, like you don't know that that's going on. The average person doesn't know that that's going on.
Yeah, no, it's a service to point that out. I'm not going to disagree with you.
The average person in New York may not even know that that's going on at this particular McDonald's in Brooklyn. But the average person outside of New York, the average white person outside of New York, all they know really is they're taking the kids to practice, they're going to work, they're paying their bills, they're trying to, take the kids for the movies sometime, and shuttling kids back and forth to practice.
Yeah.
And another cop killed the black guy.
Yeah, we killed George Floyd.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, man, that's it.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, like, you watch the news. If you watch the news and you just, read magazines, you may read a magazine while you're in line at the checkout counter, and you listen to the radio, and you may overhear some conversations. Yeah, I mean, black people pretty much behave themselves in public. Like when you're in a Walmart, you're not going to see you. The odds of you witnessing a smash and grab or some son man acting crazy is very low. But you know what I'm saying, you do see things and you say, oh well, yes, some people are actually, very antisocial in public, but the majority of them are cool. You know what I mean? Like, and cops are just killing them. Cops are just killing them for no reason. They're not bad. They're not as so bad that cops should just be killing them all the time for no reason.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's generally how people think about. Sons are doing just enough to be just slightly below like the radar detection line, in order for white people to be like, okay, these people are a different species.
Yeah, they're different species, but I mean, cops are just going into the neighborhood and shooting them for no reason. And I have a problem with that. We're a different species, but I have a problem that cops are going in their neighborhood and shooting them for no reason.
Yeah, that's
the typical white person's experience the last 12 years.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. No, my parents say this shit. Like they think that, George Floyd was murdered and Ahmaud Arbery was an angel and all this bullshit. So yeah, man, like I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, the majority of blighters fall in that category for sure.
We're gonna do the BFM, the biker gang thing on the next episode, Boston Shamrock. So tune in. We'll do that next time. New guy comes up. We'll do the biker gang, the war between the biker gangs in Canada. Say any final thoughts, guys?
Excellent show tonight. I'll say that, excellent show, especially
definitely.
This is definitely one for the records, man.
Yeah, this is definitely this is one of the best shows ever. Yeah, salute, man. One of the best shows of the year. Let me not say ever. One of the best shows of the year. Salute, man. Definitely, man. Same black time, same black channel. Out of here. Subscribe.
Peace.
Salute.